Hello and welcome to this video. In this video, I'm going to react into a video because from time to time, I like to talk about reaction content. See, a lot of people, they look at reaction content and it is, to be fair, quite a dangerous industry. And I guess I'm not someone with an insane level of popularity. At time of recording, maybe by the time I post this, I'll be on 1 million subscribers. No, that would be very unlikely. It would probably be the quickest growing channel in the history of YouTube. But the point is basically that, I like to talk about reaction content from time to time, just to check it out, to see, just cover the ethics surrounding it, and to see maybe if I've changed my opinion on some stuff. Anyway, today I'm going to be reacting to a video by Gavin where they don't really do stuff here. So anyway, beginning of the video, we've got XUC reacting to a Jubilee video, I assume. I would say, first out of the gate, the problem I find with reaction content is I adding stuff, and I don't mean like, are you, a professional, astronaut covering, someone's discussion of space. I don't mean that. I mean, are you actually just adding additional stuff? Like, for example, I've studied multiple topics in school and I, cover them in reaction videos. Now that's basically a basic level of intelligence. It's just adding stuff to a video, really. It's not adding that much, but that sort of thing. If you're just reacting to a video basically like, oh, that's interesting, oh, that's funny, or even maybe it's not a funny video, maybe you're just like, oh, that's, even maybe you're frightened by it. That's not actually adding anything. That's basically just adding you being in the room when I'm watching the video. Basically, we're watching the video together. The only issue is if you have ads, or if you have donations on, or if you have any sort of a brand, you're trying to build a brand of that. What I'm trying to say is, if I was like, yes, React, that's the channel name, and you build it up and you try and use that to make money, then you're actually becoming an issue there. Because now it's like if your friend started charging you to watch the video on your phone because they're there. Like, what the actual, but you didn't make the video though. No, but so why are you asking for money then? Or why are you getting money from ads? That's the thing. There's an issue there, which I think is a baseline. If you're not actually adding something, if you're just adding, your very basic reaction, which is not really a reaction, it's just your presence, then why would you be getting money? Maybe you're gonna post it, but I don't feel like you should make money out of it. Unless you're actually adding stuff. Like, for example, I'm not completely a fan of Hassan Biker, but like, if you look at Hassan, I've reacted to his stuff before in the past. You have addition, you've added stuff there. That's added to it, somewhat at least. And that kind of thing, that there is at least that. It's not, we are like 4 minutes into this video almost. It's not actually just plain nothing. Obviously, people have critiqued him in the past for just leaving the video play. But yeah, Anyway, let's dive into this video. Okay, there we are.
Lazy React channels. You just sit there saying nothing to your community while you eat your lunch.
Not necessarily nothing. Sometimes you're more like, for example, they're laughing. You may be just saying very, kind of like, you're just there.
Silence. Playing out the whole video to your audience of 40,000.
See, like, yeah, fuck Ludwig, actually.
I think most of us would agree that this is lazy
content. Like, the thing is, I do not like this man. I do not like millionaires basically having this argument of, oh, they can make more money. See, here's the thing. If, let's say, today, YouTube, Twitch, Every single platform, every single company decided to just rip this creator a piece, and they just said, no more. No more money from us. If they're still able to survive comfortably for the rest of their life, which, let's be honest, they can. Most of the creators that are big creators that we're talking about today could survive. By the way, I'm just gonna say this. This video is over a year old, so but my point is these creators could survive. So it's not like, oh, they're making a living out of this. Maybe it's not a particularly honest living, but they're making a living. No, they're not. They're more than making a living. They're making a killing. They're making millions out of this. And that's my main problem. Because we're not talking about someone who's, making a ton of money. It's basically just kind of minimum wage off reacting to content. This is an insane level of wealth. They could literally lose access to any more money and they could live a very comfortable life. These people are worth a lot of money.
Content.
So fuck them.
This one YouTuber took it way too far. Hi friends, welcome back to my channel. I am not a drama channel, but here I am. I'm here to take advantage of this finite pool of impressions and deliver
Quoting.
facts and logic. I'm not talking about this because it's drama. I'm talking about this because it covers a topic that I'm pretty passionate about. You might have seen the streamer community in a stir these past few days. A bit of a controversy stinking up your timeline and YouTube feed. Or you are completely clueless and are wondering what the heck is going on. Alright, ready for the cliff notes? I'm here to deliver it in this many minutes. Let's go.
Okay, this is fair. Not fair. This is good information. The issue I find really is when you're a fan of a creator. I have been a fan of some creators in the past that I just decided to just cut off because some of their content is just unsavory at times. Other times it became unsavory. Other times it's just like they just became just or at least I discovered they weren't a particularly nice person. And I don't mean like they were trying to hide it, that they were a rapist or something like that. I mean, like a David Dobrik, for example, is the kind of creator who, maybe if you were fine with him up until that point, yeah, being a person who helped in a sexual assault and a person who, bashed his friend against thing, that at that point, it's not just, before, you're now going, okay, it's bad now. I mean, literally just stuff that's just not hidden, just out and open, that sort of stuff. So I think, yeah, this is,
Moist Critical, Pokimane, XQC, Disguised Toasts are huge streamers on Twitch with tens of thousands of concurrent viewers every time they go.
I will say, one thing about Dark. I feel like this is a misunderstanding. This is always an issue with human beings, which is they basically think about themselves and polar opposites, kind of. And they'll think either, you're bad, or, we'll give you some lenience. Not necessarily you're good, but so basically going to one extreme or the other almost. But they're not necessarily extremes, because they're not really extremes. They're just different thoughts, Giving someone a bit of leeway or giving someone very little leeway. That sort of thing. So I think it is all often this sort of thing of what will I'm in the same sort of position, that kind of thing. So if you're a very popular creator and you think react content, and you think react content from your position, which would be what if you did react content? You would be in the same class as these very popular streamers, which is where I think it's just slightly different. I don't know if this is just me being biased because I'm not a really rich streamer who could afford to, just have their entire career collapse and they could still, live very comfortably. The point I'm making is inherently I could not survive that, they could. But the point is that in that case, you will reach a point where you're like, okay, but are they bad? Does that necessarily mean that everyone else is bad in reaction content? Which is why we'll get into some critiques I have of Dark Knight myself. But anyway, yeah, it's just
go live. They will either play games on stream or react to YouTube videos live with their audience. Recently, Pokemon and Disguised Toast pushed the narrative of the ongoing DMCA saga, a copyright law written before the internet was the internet by a
okay. I'm going to explain this to you. It's production of technology, devices, and scripts. The point is, see, the thing with copyright is that imagine, if you will, you've got a floppy disk. And on the floppy disk, you've got some TV shows from the 1960s. Imagine illegally put on the floppy disk, and then you mail it to your friend in, I don't know, France. And your friend, after a couple of weeks, after it gets kind of lost in the post after a while, then they take out the floppy disk and they put it in their I don't know, TV or something. Maybe a DVD. Anyway, they put it in there and they watch the shows illegally. They didn't pay for those shows. My God Almighty! Now, obviously, that is copyright infringement. And the same thing would be if you claimed it was yours. Even if you used clips of it without the consent of the people who produced it or own it. In most cases, it is the produced people who own it. You're breaking the law, right? Technically, I could be considered breaking the law if I don't get permission from this. Although you could make the argument of fair use because you're critiquing it. That's the difference, though. Basically, the thing is that because you just watched the thing, you're not allowed to do that. You produce, that's piracy, right? And that's one of the issues. That's a criminal offense. So the thing is, though, is that that's obviously a much longer period. But realistically, what the internet is a instant communication service. So you just did the whole thing where it takes, a long time to send that disc, to someone, and you shortened it to being a few seconds. That you opened up the website that had the content on it, and then you streamed it live to people, or recorded it and made it into a video. That sort of thing. That's what you did there. That's not actually any different, really. That's just, doing it quicker and much more efficiently. The user does not have to do as much work. Anyway, that's just my point there. It doesn't really matter when it was written. I don't agree necessarily with copyright, but what I am saying is it doesn't make a difference about the internet. The internet is not really a big game changer here, whether I'm in the 19th century or the 21st century. Copyright law is bad. Also, did you know that the copyright law, that's the point, that's 1998, and it has had some changes into it in various years to ensure that it gets pushed forward, because copyright was like 15 years, I believe, so not very long, and now it's significantly longer after the authors are death. So, that's
bunch of old white guys probably sitting around a table wondering how they can make the most money off of copyright. And
technically it's not directly. They were given money by the likes of, your Disneys and your other companies.
And Toast purposefully streamed anime to their thousands of viewers that was purposefully behind a paywall, which is indubitably illegal. They were both temporary.
If you don't know, actually, any content that you produce, that you make and publish, is copyrighted. So it doesn't matter if it's behind a paywall or on a public platform. Reacting to it without the consent of the reactor is technically speaking illegal. However, you see, fair use is the claim where you say, well, I'm transforming the content. Which is why when you're critiquing the content, you can make the argument that you're transforming it. Because you're not just going, oh, this is the content plus me reacting. It's this is the content and here are my issues with it. That kind of thing. Still technically, arguably could land you up in a lawsuit. It's just that technically fair use is more of like a defense in a court of law rather than a cop out to get out of the law. It's more like, well, you might lose the lawsuit, so do you want to press it? Kind of thing. And this is the issue of React content. Because, yeah, if I'm a major company, let's say I'm a major company, right? Let's say I'm a major company and it owns, I don't know, one of the other channels, right? And you react to my video and I just come down you like a ton of bricks and just sue you. And because I've enough money, I can just sue you and just, there, yeah, you're sued now. And you have to take that video down. And yeah, you face criminal action, right? Except most people are not big companies. They're small companies to just being people. And yeah, turns out they don't really have the finances to take legal action. And also, unlike, big companies which can basically, what is the point of them, allowing the content to be there? That's not gonna really benefit them at all. With smaller creators, they go, well, I mean, I might get more views from the, content being viewed by this famous person, this popular person, and also if I sue them, then if I have the money, then I get damaged. People have negative brand association. So yeah. It's just a bit unfair, though,
Rarely banned by Twitch. Lots of discourse around this subject started to arise on the internet, which is partially what they wanted. Some people were so mad, like
yeah. I mean, no, you don't just break copyright law like that to that extent. I don't react to content that is behind a paywall or actually that is beyond YouTube because I just don't see it as
Brilliant GTA YouTuber Dark Viper AU, and he wrote a 14-page manifesto to which he reminds you.
To be fair, he says this is meticulously written. I think this is just
about 42 times in his angry response video to Critical.
14 pages! On page 14. It's 14 pages long. That's a 14-page...
Dark Viper AU.
That's not 42 times, but anyway. Also... And
you posted his unfinished video script in a tweet with the caption, "All reactors are bad people."
Okay, here's the thing. I think that not all reactors are bad people if you ask for consent or if it's critiquing someone, and we're gonna say fair critique. Like if you're just like, yeah, this is a critique. This is a critique for your information. This is a critique of this video. So what I'm trying to say is that's not necessarily true. Now when you say they exploit others to benefit no one but themselves, that's kind of true. The argument of, oh well, they'll get a boost in views when I react to them is basically saying you'll pay them in exposure, which is not great because it's like, yay! Now, instead of just private companies saying that you'll get paid in exposure, it's individual people. Yay! Isn't our world just delightful? This is why these people are just bad, right? You realize this is why they're bad, because you are never going to critique them because you think it'll actually hurt you. And it will. It will. But it's the kind of thing, like, it's a similar thing when you hear people who are left-wing say, I mean, I could be right-wing and I get much more money. And you go, yeah, but would you though? Because I'm not sure if that's true. Yes, obviously being right-wing will tend to, on average give you more money than a left-wing person. But if you're one of the top left-wing creators, you're earning millions. So That's not true. Yeah, if you were the same size and a right-wing creator, yes, but right-wing creators are a lot more dominant in the space. There are a lot more of them. Well, a lot more of them publicly, at least. And out there. But anyway, this is sort of the point here. It's just a bit like...
They exploit others to benefit no one but themselves. Collectively, they have stolen millions of dollars from actual creators and have stopped.
Technically speaking, I wouldn't say they've stolen millions of dollars from actual creators. I think they've stolen from advertisers and, people. The money would probably not go. Although the argument is, though, when you're going behind a paywall, yeah, that's definitely dodgy. Because then it's not what you've stolen money, but like you've made money off it, which is it's unethical. Yeah,
Stopped countless thousands from having a career, which is...
I don't think that is necessarily true. However, I would say, if you were like, yeah, I mean, I've been on, CNN, Fox News, all these things. Like, yeah, you were viewed by millions of people, except you're kind of famous, but also you don't really have any views on your videos because they just all get watched by, the thousands and now millions of people. So sure, but here's the thing. Would you have had that career anyway? Probably not. But once again, that's like saying, oh, you get paid in exposure. Oh, that's fantastic. No, actually, that's not okay.
Is implying not only that they are small creators, that they are stopping from having a career, but they are actively...
Actually, no. For information, you do realize if a studio doesn't make enough money, they will tend to axe people, not themselves. Studio heads are not known for taking massive pay cuts. They're known for cutting massive amounts of jobs. So if you're reacting to, studio-made content made by lots of people, yeah, you are taking careers away from them because, yeah, they don't own the copyright, but there's still people who made it, and they're not gonna get another one.
Stealing views, impressions, and etc. from them. Being a small creator, I have thoughts on this in a little bit.
Small. I'm not sure how big they were then, but 425,000 subscribers. That is certainly a statement. Yeah, that's certainly a statement. Indeed. Right. Okay.
This essay got loads of...
Oh, by the way, is this meant to be like ironic? You spelt wrong as hell, which isn't, for information, dumb being the, this is gonna sound like really picky, but it's true. Dumb is the derogatory term you would use because, people who couldn't speak were seen as stupid just because they couldn't speak, which is a weird thing because, I feel like anyone who does that should have their own tongue cut out because it kind of shows like, well, if I just remove your ability to speak, does that make you less intelligent? No, it fucking doesn't. You just... So obviously, so that's just, that seems, is that ironic? Also, isn't this fella involved in some sort of like a sexual, like covering up sexual harassment as well? I mean, wow. I wonder why. Imagine that. The popular creators being fucking evil. Imagine people who you just tell them that they'll be, just getting all this money, millions of dollars, and if they do something bad, their fans won't leave them. Imagine what that might do to a mind. Early onset rich person disease. It's a terrible thing.
Negative feedback for awful, inaccurate, inconsistent points, and also naming streamers by name, comparing react.
Okay, and the exploiter class X2C, who is kind of a moron. Hassan, who's Pokemon, I don't really like them. Mushroom is just a fucking, actually, like, just not a great man. Like, just not a great guy. Just like, and once again, I mean publicly. It's not like I've read some stuff online. No, I mean like literally watch what he believes and has said. Obviously, not everything he said is bad, but certain stuff is.
Streamers to sexual assaulters and something comparing it to slavery, rightfully up.
Oh, I mean it. Once again, I get where he's coming from, if you know what I mean. Like, sexual assault. I guess the argument would be you're forcing your will upon the person. You're basically being like, oh, don't sue me. You can't sue me. And, like, you wouldn't want to upset my fan base, would you? And then the slavery thing of like, well, you'll make content for me, wouldn't you? You would not want to make content. Bit over the top, but
Upset
So,
because
I'm just saying, wouldn't agree with that, but you can see somewhat where it comes from. Just maybe tone it down a little bit. And, maybe, this is the thing though. Like, I mean, like, I have to say, to be fair, a lot of the reaction content creators that are very big, well, they have a track record of being certain types of people, just not necessarily in their content, more in their outside world.
And something comparing it to slavery, rightfully upset because he is mentioned by name. Critical makes a video.
Rightly upset. Keep in mind, this is a man who makes millions and, like just makes insane amounts of money off of reacting to other people's content where he just completely misses most of the points they make when he's critiquing them and stuff like that. Well, that would be one thing if there was just like some person like myself who's just reacting to stuff. But that's quite another story when someone's making millions. I don't really think it's rightly, actually.
Video going over Dark Vipers on
Are extremist bad people? If they're famous, I think so, yeah.
Unhinged document talking about how many
Unhinged?
of Dark Viper's points are inaccurate and just flat out wrong, while agreeing that some forms of React content can be lazy, as I'm sure most of us can agree with. Critical even admitting himself sometimes he is
Sometimes. Yes.
reacting to content lazily, to which he won't then upload that content to YouTube to
Okay, this is
make
where
money off of it.
Okay, here's the problem though. That is bullshit. Because if you make money off of ads, off of donations, off of brand, because people have content to see, so then they come to you, they look at your content. See, if I said to you, oh, link in the description to my other channel, you know what happened there? This video, if you came because of this video I was reacting to, guess what? or you came because my content was good, because this video was the backbone to it. You know, maybe I made some great points reacting to it. I'm not saying I did, but what I'm saying is you watched the other content because you saw this content, and it keeps people in. This is the equivalent of someone being like, yeah, I mean, for example, let's say a drug addict, right, is coming for some more. Imagine if the drug dealer said that, we've no more drugs. That would obviously cut off the supply. Maybe they would be able to successfully get out of that situation, because the drugs would be gone. If you got a constant supply, it means you can constantly get someone coming. So let's say they said, oh, don't worry, that bit is free. Here's the thing though, they're an addict. The next thing is not going to be free, and that's the problem. So you can't just say, well, they didn't post it to YouTube, so they didn't make it. No, of course they made money. That's not how brands work. When you get a freebie, you're still paying for that.
Dark Viper responds to Critical's video with a video that is way too long.
Okay, fuck off. Go on.
Ironically making a reaction video. That's interesting. Talking in circles.
Yes, it's more of a reaction video to your original points, which could be considered more of a rebuttal.
Saying that Critical was purposefully misrepresenting his 14-page manifesto, even though he was directly quoting what Dark Viper said in the
you can't just say, because
manifesto, even though
wait,
purposefully misrepresenting.
You can misrepresent someone by misquoting them, by just quoting them out of context. So yeah.
His 14-page manifesto, even though he was directly quoting what Dark Viper said in the essay and doubling down on Twitter.
Doubling down on? I believe this was before.
There was no context forgoed here. It was not taken out of context. I looked for myself. Maybe, just maybe, your essay was poorly written, and everyone misunderstood it because it was poorly written.
Written, okay. Poorly spoken then. No, that's not fair. No, but what I'm trying to say is that, yes, but it could also be that you're biased. If you are biased towards something, you will think about it in like, no, this is what you're trying to say. Right, okay. No, not really. Maybe it wasn't poorly written. Maybe you just wanted it to say that because you don't like the person. Because of all the things they've said.
Critical responds to Dark Viper's long-ass response video, saying that he agrees that he misunderstood some of the points Dark Viper explained lazily in his essay, leaving the viewer to have to make things up in their head in order to try to understand what Dark Viper's trying to say. But Critical doubles down that
reactors are all bad people. They explicitly exploit the less fortunate for their own gain. I mean, not necessarily always true. Although, you could also make the argument of, well, that person who worked in the VFX for that Marvel movie is way underpaid. So, while yes, Marvel or Disney is obviously not, less fortunate, the people that you making the content are, Anyway. Rich professional reactors are much worse, as they have all the ability to act with greater consideration for how their actions will affect those around them, but actively choose to harm others anyway. They know that they are doing so. Hey. Sorry. They have the ability to act with greater consideration for how their actions will affect those around them, but actively choose to harm others anyway. They know what they're doing, but just don't care. They may seem like nice people, but you'd be a bit nicer if you're making millions of dollars reposting other people's hard work for massive profits. True. If you meet a reactor at a party, I suggest covering your glass or outright tell them you don't want them to fuck you because they seem keen to take a person's silence for consent. Okay, I'm gonna say that Dark Vibe is probably trying to make a like a point of like comparison, a metaphor, a simile, if you will. Those are three different things, but anyway. But the point is that I presumably, they're trying to say like, this is the person, and then that this is the creator who made the original content. I don't think they actually are saying that React contenters are abusers. Well, some of them are, but But it is kind of fair to be true. Like what I mean, what is this even? It's
argument that watching content that isn't yours on stream means it is a misunderstanding of you don't want to ask for consent.
Or if you, or if you physically can't say no, maybe because a reactor has spiked your drink at a party. Okay, so I guess that's like you can't respond to them. Maybe their, email. Like but no. To be fair, I would say though that okay, this. Okay, now we're gonna separate from the metaphor. Now, we're gonna separate from the metaphor. So, okay, to separate from the metaphor, I have actually contacted people before in the past to ask, can I react to your content? And they haven't responded to me, which is a problem though, which is like, they haven't said no. In this case, he's saying, they're representing the opposite, that the person's original content, they haven't said no. But then the question is, if you have your emails public, and someone contacts you and says, do I have permission? Well, the question is, would you get back to them? I feel like this is not fair on people who, don't make content for a living, who, or even just like who aren't like doing business basically with their email regularly, that email in particular. I feel like in that case, you could make the argument of like, well, that's a bit of a different situation there. Like that's your silence is, if they're smaller, obviously no way. But like if they're bigger, feel like, this is your business email. What are you doing? But anyway, or if you physically can't say no, so I feel this is a bit dodgy. Because a reactor believes they can do whatever they want to. Consent to reactors means they can do whatever they want to you unless you have explicitly told them no. Going to a party with a reactor must be a scary thing. Once again, it is a metaphor, presumably.
Therefore, you are akin to someone who would sexually assault someone, which is verbatim what you...
Okay. Once again, that feels like it's a metaphor / a simile, so
said. You can't say I never said that because...
But they're not saying it is that. They're saying it's like that. There's a difference.
You did.
Let's see how many of these words are actually in this document. Sexual, no. How about abuse? Oh, we got reported at the top here. How about criminal? No. How about...
So... or the sort of people who would sexually abuse someone. Once again, technically true. Some of them have. And some of them probably have that we don't know about.
Predator. No, not that either. How about... no. It's almost like Charlie is making up and I don't understand
Once again, though, it's comparison.
Why?
Critical ends his video amicably, but being honest about where he
amicably. Yeah, that seems like voice critical.
got things wrong. Finally, Dark Viper ended this saga with his final video, which is a bit shorter, thank God. And I want to
once again, fuck you.
Watch this last video with you guys, as basically every sentence he says, I still disagree with, and that's coming
and I disagree
from
with
the
you.
exact type of creator that would be benefiting
Do people regularly react to you?
Fitting from React.
Now, absence of the existence of React content, more exposure will be going to the original content, big and small. Not true. Reactors also do not seek out tiny content creators who can't catch a break. They find videos that are already doing well in the algorithm and are already successful. Thus, those who need their exposure, those who do not. I don't feel that's true though. Like if someone reacts to one of my other videos, then if they send a bunch of people to that video, the problem, of course, is they probably won't send a bunch of people to that video. If the video is good, they're not be like, this video is terrible, like, look at it, then they will probably be sending people to other videos. Like, this content creator seems like a good content creator, yeah, that sort of thing. That doesn't always happen, but the issue really is that is basically being paid in exposure. So I don't think it's true that, if you're being already successful, it's just, no. That's not necessarily true. Like, a video is doing unnaturally well. Someone who might say, this is doing very well. Okay, maybe you should react to it because it's doing well. Yeah, it's doing well, but that's in comparison to the creator's other videos. Like, on some of my channels, my videos might get, like, 2-3 views, maybe, max. Maybe even less. Sometimes 0 views. I pump out a lot of videos that out there, and they don't get a lot of views from it. But if one of those videos was getting like 50 views, that wouldn't be much, That's not doing really well, but it's doing really well in comparison, On my other channel, I've had videos that go up to, 1,000 views, but then a regular video might only get, 3 views. So that sort of thing there. It's like, well, yeah, obviously, if the regular views are this, and then this is a massive spike, then yeah, that's doing successful, but it's also not doing, like, amazingly well. So a React content streamer or creator could make a video out of that and then just go and still technically boost them a little bit higher. I would say that they probably aren't boosting that video, probably boosting another video. Anyway. Also, yeah, I don't think that the guy will probably make any extra views out of it.
Content being
somewhat maybe for fans of you who watch you through another creator. Like this happened a bit when React streamers were reacting to TV shows, where people would literally leave when that streamer wasn't playing the TV show. Clearly, the TV show is the draw there. The streamer's a little add-on, It's not so much, this god has decided to steal your content and, they are like a creator. Not a creator, curator, like in a museum. Like, technically none of these paintings were painted by them. None of this content was made by them, but they are collecting it here, right? You're coming to see their collection of content that they didn't make. They're not doing that. If there will be some people who will watch your videos through another person. Anyway.
Gone from the platform. So that's the TLDR of what's going on.
Wait, sorry, what was that?
React content being gone from the platform. So that's the TLDR of what's going on. It's basically a question and argument of React streamers of how if they were gone, the impressions would go to other channels, which is true, but it's not true to the fact that Dark Viper argues in his essay that those views and impressions would have gone to people who would be able to start a career from those impressions.
Some would, but
This is wrong for many number of reasons. The viewer can just leave the platform once.
Yes. Most viewers do not, like, where would they discover them, though? Like, how many viewers are on YouTube and are regularly watching live streams, are regularly watching, YouTube videos? Like, how many people are on this platform just to watch this channel. Like they have never watched another video. They have just watched this channel, and that's all. I'm gonna say none. None. None that regularly watch this channel have only watched this channel and only ever will. That I feel like that's just objectively none. Because, you know, who's just watching a single channel? And that's the only content they want to watch. And especially if that channel is a reaction content channel, you know? Like some people have never seen whatchamacallit, a Darman video on that channel. But they've seen 50, 100 on other reaction channels. Same with Jubilee. Some people have never seen a Jubilee video on their channel, but have seen the content elsewhere. You know what I mean? So I feel like that's not really a reliable thing to say, you know.
Danny Gonzalez is gone, not reacting
Danny Gonzalez? I don't think Danny Gonzalez can be lumped into that. It's hardly fair.
to things anymore. They would go.
Although, to be fair, that was said here in the comment section. So, you know. I mean, that's fair. Mistake made. You know. We all make mistakes.
Let's go.
Okay.
Impressions could go to someone who you
found it.
Is gone, not reacting to things anymore. They would go watch Netflix or something. And also, I think Ethan Klein brought up a good point that actually larger creators create more impressions because people like their content and are binging their content more.
Their content.
Or there are more opportunities for impressions the more videos that people watch on YouTube, arguably from larger creators.
What? Okay, wait, what are you saying?
Impressions the more videos that people watch on YouTube.
So
There are larger creators create more impressions because people like their content and are binging their content more. There are more opportunities for impressions the more videos that people watch on YouTube.
Oh, okay, so you're saying that because a popular creator is making videos that their reaction videos or our other videos, we're talking about reaction videos here, how if they left. So you're saying reaction videos. So if there's a bunch of reaction videos, it means that there are more views on other videos because when someone's binging those videos, basically when they've stopped binging, they'll watch other videos? Okay. I mean, maybe, although someone would argue that they're taking up your time. Like, for example, if you got a, 30-minute long lunch break, and if you watch a reaction video that's 15 minutes long, and then another reaction video that's 15 minutes long, well, you can't watch another one. Even if you want to watch that video, it's gone now. Time's gone. You know? We do not have an unlimited amount of time. So,
arguably from larger creators. And those recommendations will recommend similar content or content they think you'd be interested based on what you're watching so far. Like, I'm sorry, I would have never clicked on the ass movie Curtis Connor was reacting to in his video
Okay, but he's critiquing it though. There's a difference there. When Curtis Connor says, "Oh, like when Super Babies is a terrible movie," you don't go, "Oh, I was gonna watch Super Babies, but I mean, I guess now I'll watch too." No, you're like, "Oh, it's a bad movie." Okay, like it's in the title. By just seeing the title and the thumbnail, you'd be like, oh, "That creates a bad impression." Unless you were actually going to watch that movie, then I don't see how he's harming your thing, because First of all, the movies talks are almost always very small, so you aren't going to watch them anyway. But like when I'm saying they're very small, they're made by pretty big studios, though. When I say they're very small, I mean like, you know, they had like $1 million budget, but they failed. You know, because they're bad. Um, that's hardly fair, is it? That's not true. But you know what I mean. Like what I'm trying to say is that he's critiquing it. That's not the same thing as just watching it.
Had I not seen Curtis Connor's reaction video about it, I would not have clicked on that video. To me, this
Yeah,
whole
but-
argument about stealing views is the dumbest thing I have ever heard in my life, because it's the same
But
argument
you
that
completely
people made about
misunderstood though about all that stuff. Yeah, I mean this is just, you know, like
titty streamers on Twitch.
Jesus.
I'm sorry, if they weren't watching Amaranth, they wouldn't be watching you, Dark Viper. They would go to Pornhub, or they're going to find someone else who's going to provide.
Yes, but we're talking about reaction content. I think we've gone off here now. No, it, if someone's watching a Dark Viper video reaction, then the idea is, well, if they weren't watching the reaction video, they would watch the original video or videos like the original video. You know.
Provide that same content that they find valuable to themselves. They're not going to go watch some obscure hot dog making channel now that Amaranth is gone.
Okay,
And
but no, but that's not the point though. They're watching, that's the point though. It's reaction content. It's obviously, you don't, like when someone's watching a reaction content streamer, they're also watching the video. You know? So if they were a because wait, what? Anyway, content creators are in a tug of war against each other, ultimately attempting to gain enough of these limited eyeballs to sustain themselves in their career. Somewhat, yes, but you know, like but I don't think you understand what impressions are, because that's the point. It's a tug of war with similar content. Once again, if someone's watching the hot dog, video on their stream or in their video, then the idea is you might watch the actual video if they didn't exist, you know?
those impressions could go to someone who you think deserves it, which is partially what Dark Viper says in his essay, which is how many pages?
But I did write a 14-page script explaining it's a
So
14-page document. You against a 14-page meticulously written page.
okay, that's meticulously written as a bit of an extreme.
Page.
That it would only benefit those original content creators, which is just not.
Okay. I mean, like, yeah, but the point is that reaction content is actually not content that's the originality in form. Reaction content is So, to wrap up, basically, when you ask for permission, what you're doing is you're fulfilling your legal requirements. See, if I have permission from someone to react to videos, right, I can say in a court of law, well, they gave me permission, So if they retract their permission in the future, I can even say, well, that's not how that works. The video was there. I didn't, I may not be able to make more reaction videos to the content if they retract their permission in the future. But I don't think you can retract your permission for already made content and already reacted to content. That sort of thing there. So, but actually asking for permission is actually a legal requirement. It is the issue with copyright law is it's not really a criminal thing in most countries. It's like a civil thing. So what I'm saying is, if little Timmy makes a video, and little Timmy's like a baby, and maybe his parents could, but maybe his guardians could, but as long as nobody actually sues you, you can basically just upload Timmy's thing and just make millions off of that. So that's the thing there. That's why, your family channels are able to record their kids and just, even though that's not them, Now, obviously, there's all issues there. And maybe there are other laws that would refuse there when you have, child labor laws and also stuff like that would say, well, no, you're using that as labor. You're not allowed to do that. But, basically, what I'm trying to say is, the way it's structured, it's not so much these are the things you have to do. Fair use, as I said before, is not actually a thing that will escape you from criminal action. It's a defense in a court of law. Asking permission will not necessarily stop you from getting sued, but it is a defense. All these things are not like, oh, you won't get to this happens. It's a defense. And this happens from time to time where someone will sue you for something and you're just like, nah, that's not valid. You gave me permission to do this thing, so it's fine. And that's the case there, and that's one of the issues with civil lawsuits, which is they're very arguably dodgy, because the point is, and this is the point though, asking for permission is a very basic thing. I try to ask for permission, for when I react to stuff. I say to the channel, I email them. Time to time, unfortunately, I have not got a response back. I feel like, it's like when it comes to ethics and all this, I feel like maybe when you see the likes of content from big creators, I feel like that's a fair game there almost, because they are already wealthy, although probably not the best argument though, because it's like, well, they're also people who could sue you, so But the point is basically, the only case that you might be able to get away with is double standard, by saying, well, all the people have rights. And this is not actually a defense. This is not actually a defense you can use in court of law, but there's all sorts of things here, and that's not a defense you can use. That's the issue. And there's all sorts of things here, and this is the problem really behind this, which is when you want to actually obey the law, when you're talking about actually just obeying the law, think about it. You're not going to be able to say, oh, asking permission is stupid, because it's actually a very basic defense. You should ask permission. If you don't, if she's here and she's reacting to a piece of content, right? And then, there's a video playing there and they're not doing anything. And that's it, I made that. I could technically sue. Because if you don't ask permission, if you're not really being transformative, if you're not really, if you're basically just taking content off the internet, you're committing very basic copyright infringement. That's just a fact, and this is what I find YouTubers often don't realize, which is they are breaking the law, not the criminal law, but the civil law. So the only thing stopping them being sued is that the majority of the time, the people behind them are not willing or don't have the ability to sue them. You know? But that's not how the law works. So my issue is that that's just ignoring the law completely. So it's not stupid, it's just basic advice to obey the law.
It prevents people from
You might say it's stupid, but you do have to admit.
calling out behavior that is stupid and wrong, and things we need to raise awareness on. If you can't freely go, hey, that guy's content is and it's dangerous, what kind of a place would the world be right now?
Okay, but you're missing the point though. Well, to be fair, Dark Viper didn't necessarily say that if you're critiquing the person that would be okay. That's fair, but in a court of law, you have to separate the points of the person you're criticizing to the overall thing. Because in a court of law, you can't just go, oh, well, I could have been critiquing them. And they go, but you weren't, though. But I could have been. Yeah, but you weren't. Like if I wasn't critiquing this video, I couldn't just go, well, I mean, like, sure, I didn't have permission, and I sat there and I just like, just sort of like, oh, and just had some fun. But I mean, like, the thing is though, I could have been critiquing it. That's not the point is, like, if you are not criticizing something, if you are criticizing something, then it is considered in certain cases transformative. Although, once again, the whole issue with fair use is that it's not a defense. It is a defense, but it is a defense. It's like it's a civil defense in a court of law, not actually, oh, don't sue me. Anyway, let's just read myself.
Goes beyond your limited view of reacting to random TikToks on stream. This is a dangerous idea, and it's a stupid one at that. And to compare this idea of not asking for consent to react to content to the type of person who would...
What? Okay, something's going on there. Sorry. Okay.
Person who would sexually abuse someone is disgusting. And in both of Dark Viper's response videos and on Twitter.
Okay, once again, that's kind of a metaphor. Also, it's beginning to look as a more and more apt one when you compare the popular React streamers with, they do actually do that sort of thing. Funnily enough, it just turns out people who you just give unlimited power and just people will just swallow any shite they say and will just believe them no matter what they do. They tend to do bad things. I imagine that. Imagine that. I wonder why that would be. Also, I wonder why the most powerful and popular people on the planet are bad people. Maybe it's because when you're a cutthroat, like just ruthless, horrible person, it tends to benefit you. People have this thing of like karma. No, not really. The more ruthless you are, tends to be the more better off you are. That's just sort of a fact. Now, obviously, you can't go too far, because then, you break the law. But apparently, once you become popular, you can. So I'm just saying, But anyway, sorry.
He doubles down that this analogy is okay, that it's a good analogy, and it makes sense. Reacting to content and saying something is bad.
Okay, but once again, it makes sense. It kind of does make sense. It may be a bit of an extreme, but once again, if you compare someone's talk to the talk of a Nazi, you are right. It is kind of similar. But what you're saying is, if I take your argument and I take it to the extremes, your argument can be used to justify this action. And that, you know, like that would be free speech. Me saying this person made a terrible video, right? Uh, it's not free speech to go, oh, you played their video. And even then, that'll be fine. But how is it free speech to go, like, okay, in the argument of, like, you're reacting to, like, an alpha male podcast. Yeah, that's, okay. You're critiquing them in that case. But if you're just reacting to a video and be like, haha, that's funny, like, imagine if you were just like, oh, like, this is what free speech would be. Yeah, did you see the video about the thing? Yeah, that was really funny. That's what free speech would be. That's what free speech is. Okay? You can say what you want to say. Now, of course, the issue is that, you're on a platform talking to loads of people who are your fans. So, arguably, you could say that isn't free speech at all, because guess what? You're platforming the content. So, even so, that's not free speech, is it? Free speech is that you're able to say what you want to say. It's not that you just are able to just breathe it into the ears of thousands, if not millions of people. Like, if I had an opinion and you were listening to the opinion, is that my freedom of speech? No, my freedom of speech is that I can make this video. My freedom of speech does not extend to being popular. So, fuck off. These are popular streamers, so, don't tell me that. And, once again, it's not free speech to react to a video. It's free speech to critique those people. To be against those people. Or to say you agree with them. Now, once again, of course, not to make a video about it, though. That'll be, like, in the street. People misunderstand free speech a lot. And it's concerning coming from Americans who are very right-wing.
Attacking someone's body against their will. Have you been sexually abused? Because if you have...
You don't know, maybe.
You wouldn't be saying that. It is such an embarrassment and disgusting to actual abuse survivors who have read your document. It is harmful and nasty and disgusting, and I can't believe you...
Yeah, it is not the best use there. But, oh god, that sounds bad. But, misunderstanding, maybe using the extreme, but I think that's kind of the point. It is, you are taking to the extreme. You are literally saying, well, fine, let's take your argument to the extreme. And that's why you're not necessarily comparing it. And that's the misunderstanding here. If you're using a metaphor, using a similar, you're saying, like, if you say, oh, like giants in the sky, you're not saying we are like giants in the sky. That would be fucking like, you're like, okay, think yourself very well, don't you? No, you're actually saying, what if we take your argument and we, put it in a sexual assault case? Well, yeah. That's the same argument people you have to have sexual assault use. So yeah, no, don't make that argument. That's the point there. You're not necessarily comparing the two or saying it's like that it actually is like that. You're saying, what if we say your argument is like that? Is what you're actually saying. And then you're using the point of, yes, it is disgusting. So that's the point. Your argument is disgusting because it's the same argument the sexual assault people use. Now, of course, that's significantly less important than sexual assault, but there's a difference.
Makes such a terrible analogy. Even if your hyperbole made any sense at all, it is still an awful one.
It does make sense.
Why don't
though.
you compare?
It does make sense though. And once again, the point is you are comparing it to the extreme for the purpose of this reaction of that is disgusting. Yes, obviously, it is disgusting for someone to say, "Oh no, you didn't consent, but you didn't say no, so it's fine." That obviously is a disgusting argument for sexual assault, isn't it? It is, and actually, it would get you a conviction because that's not a fucking defense. Like in a criminal court, they were like, "Sorry, have you read the law? Because the law says someone can consent or retract their consent at any time. So that they must consent, and then if they retract their consent, which they can do at any time, then, and also the law states that if you're in a powerful position, if you're their boss or you're someone who's like a celebrity or something, you also basically have no way of ever getting legitimate consent, because it's always like, okay, did you give consent or were you forced into consent? And that's the issue. People have this argument of, like, you do realize if you're a celebrity, the only thing stopping you from like getting a rape conviction is because you're powerful. Like, if you remove that power, if you remove that status from celebrity, if you just had the status of your fans, like, let's say your fans like you, but everyone else is like, ugh, no, I don't really like the person, and let's say your fans are relatively small, but they are die-hard fans. These are one of your fans, well, suddenly now we've got an issue, because that is not okay. Someone in a position of power, no. So that's the point. That's the point. So it's,
Compare it to something that actually makes some sense. Like, oh, I didn't consent for you to put $200 in my mailbox against my will. That at least makes a little more sense on the basis of getting something without consent. One of Dark Viper's last points is...
Okay, now that's terrible. That's terrible knowledge. What? No, that's awful. That's awful. No, because the thing is, see, the point that you miss, and this is why though this is my problem with it, which is like the statement of, oh, he didn't post it to YouTube, so it's fine. Ignore the fact that it means he can grow his brand, he can get more followers, and he also makes money off of Twitch, so, that's objectively false. Of course he made money off of it. So the point is, when you see that, like, obviously I'm not just taking much critical here, when you see someone like that argument, that's of course when you can begin to see the bullshit, which is, that is clearly nonsense. Because when you make money off of something, you just letting the crumbs fall. Like, oh, that's a byproduct, okay? Who's making more money in that situation? I think if a reactor is making more money than the original creator by reacting to it, fuck him. Now, obviously, if they're making even, or, I'm not making any money off of this, is that slightly like, okay, well, yeah, but that's because you don't make any money, so that means you can basically react to unlimited amounts of videos, and then that's fine. What I'm saying is, if there was a way that React streamers could react to content and they just wouldn't make any money off it, wouldn't make any money, but that's impossible. Because they will draw in viewers. They will hold viewers. So it's nonsense. But anyway, just objectively, that's a bad statement. I mean, I guess maybe it was off the cuff, didn't think it through, but like that's objectively a terrible idea. Because it's more like someone, giving you about like maybe a couple of cents in the mailbox. And even then, like, if someone reacted to one of my videos, I'm not monetized. So it doesn't really matter. If they send, 1,000 people to view my videos, that's great. I see a number spike. But what's that going to do besides give me like maybe an endorphin boost and dopamine? Woo! It feels good, but like that's not going to give me any money. At time of recording, I'm not monetizing any of my channels. So a bunch of viewers come down, yeah, maybe I become more popular, but it's not monetized, so it's not actually making any money. There's no sponsors. It's not going to make any money, So it's objectively kind of just wrong, It's just sort of wrong. That's my point there, It's like it's just kind of an incorrect statement to say, because when you see the way it works, it's like, okay, but in this state we're saying, okay, but like that's not how that works, So it's basically getting no money. You're just getting a clout, and then they're making a couple of hundred, maybe a few thousand off of your video. So it's not the same at all.
That React content is killing smaller channels, doesn't help them at all, and prevents thousands.
So I think that this is partially true. The issue that some people would say is that, and this is said by channels that get reacted to, and this is actually a true point, which is when you see a reacting content, like if you see my video, right, and it's a reaction to a Jubilee video, if my face was just here, let's say I was just right here, and I was just here, and that was all you saw. You basically just saw this, and basically didn't really maybe heard my voice go, "Huh, that's funny," or "Jesus, man, like that," then that would be basically reposting the video. Anyone who watches that is not seeing anything new. Okay? They're quite literally just watching the video, but on another person's channel. So sure, you might say, oh, well maybe they weren't going to watch the video anyway. Yes, but here's the thing. When millions of people watch that, when thousands of people watch that, if you've got 40,000, let's say one of my videos got 40,000 views, and it was just a video of me just being like, oh, that's 40,000 stolen views. Now you might say, okay, maybe then, they wouldn't have gotten those 40,000. Okay, that's the argument we're going to make, okay. They wouldn't have got that 40,000. Okay, that's an argument. Except here's the issue though. They might have gotten 1,000 or a couple of hundred. So you're still stealing views from them, and that's the point. You're still basically creating a new video with far less effort. And you're profiting off of that. Like, that doesn't seem fair to me. So I don't think that they would necessarily get views, smaller channels. But the bigger channels, I would say certainly would. I would say definitely. If Darman, the fella who likes to, crush unions and, doesn't like to pay his workers, I don't think they're officially his workers, okay, is this going to get me into legal trouble? Fuck Darwin is what I'm trying to say. He's not a creator. He's just a business owner and doesn't like to pay people that actually make the content. The point is, if he decided, because he owns the content, he doesn't make it, but he owns it. If he decided, okay, I'm going to strike down every single channel. Maybe even, go in, waste a bit of money, taking them to court. and no content that has Darwin's content in it will be allowed, right? If they're reaction content, I would say that might drive more people to watch this content. Now, obviously, not as much as people, because a lot of people just fucking hate the guy and don't like his content because it's rubbish. Not necessarily acting, but like just the scripts are very predictable. But if that was the case, you might say, okay, yeah, sure. So that'll drive stuff to him a little bit, but probably not that much because most people who are watching the reaction content are watching it to kind of shit him a little bit, okay? But let's say Jubilee video or any of these popular reaction content channels that are watched by reaction content, like I've reacted to Jubilee before in the past. The point is, when you see that, if all of my Jubilee videos are taken down, would that might lead to more people watching Jubilee directly? If I was a very popular creator, very possibly. So think, not as much with the smaller creators, maybe a little bit, not that much. Although, of course, it's, if you steal, let's say, 10,000 viewers from Jubilee, or 10,000 viewers from, Jimmy. Well, Jimmy only gets 1,000 views, so you basically stole 10 times his views. But for Jubilee, they'll be like a tiny amount, So it does depend how big the channel is. But, like what the difference is, So the point is, though, is that when you see that, you do have to say, well, I don't think necessarily smaller channels, but definitely bigger channels would probably get a benefit out of it, because they're already popular. They don't really get more clout out of this, and
thousands of channels from having a career, in his words. I'm not making this shit up. And there's a stupid comparison in his essay about the time of labor the original content creator took
okay, you're just gonna ignore this?
to create their piece of work that is being reacted to by someone who is lazily sitting there, taking much less time to react to that work and upload it as original content. And therefore, since the reactor took less time to react to the content, to where the original content took longer to make, and that reactor is stealing views from the original content.
The thing is, right, is that this video would probably be around 2-3 hours long, right, at this rate. So basically, when looking at this video, I have to say, okay, well that's 3 hours of stuff. But then of course I have to edit it slightly. I try not to edit it too much because I feel like that's kind of dishonest. And then I have to upload it. I have to get a thumbnail for it. Oh wait, all of this is done by editors for bigger channels, and that's another issue. The issue behind it, and this happens with other content as well, where basically, like if you're just basically a vlog creator, before you had to sit down or stand, or whatever, and you had to, edit the video, upload it, make a thumbnail, all this sort of stuff. Maybe you didn't need anything. Maybe just use the automated thumbnail thing. I don't know. But the point is, you have to do all that, right? So it wasn't just live your life but record it. But now, once you're popular, it is literally that. So that is literally what some of these reaction content creators are doing. They're just basically playing a video and living their life, and then that's it. That's it. That's all they do. They just live their lives. So basically, they're living on a holiday. Constantly. Just a 100% holiday. Now, obviously, they do have to file their taxes, but not in all countries. Some countries are a little bit more sensible, and they're like, no, we'll do the taxes for you. Don't you worry. You can pay us the money. But they have to do all the other things. If there's a medical scenario, they have to. It's not obviously a holiday. If your partner gets involved in a car crash while you're on holiday, it isn't just, it's still blissful because they're on holiday. No, obviously not. What I'm trying to say is that they are on a holiday forever, right? Bad things can certainly happen, but still, they don't have to basically do any work. That's my point. So, if you're a vlogging creator, if you're a reaction creator who's doing basic reaction content, actually, you know what? Even this is basically a holiday thing. The only scenario in which you could say that this is not a holiday is if, you have another job to do, that you're taking time away from to do this. That's the only circumstance when you might be hurt by doing this. Because other work won't be done. That sort of thing. But if this was my job, imagine I didn't have other channels, I didn't have a job to go to, didn't have, employment to try and find, didn't have anything like that, no work outside of this to do. If this was a full-time job, just reacting to this would be basically a full-time holiday. Why? Because what am I doing? I'm looking at videos. How in the world is that a job? I have to say that it is very similar to some gaming content that isn't involving skill. The kind of gaming content which is basically just a movie where you just click things. And I don't mean like a choice-based game. Choice-based game, there's strategy there. I mean literally one where there is only one ending. And it's basically just a series of cutscenes. With you going, yeah, 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 yeah. That's that. You basically just played a game to your viewer. You basically played a movie to your viewers there. If you going, maybe if you added stuff to it, but even then, once again, I feel like any kind of content which is just you, basically just, if I like secretly set up a camera in your room and just watched you play, or watched you react to something, if that's the case, I feel like you shouldn't be paid for that in extremities amount of money. Maybe a little bit, but not millions, not hundreds of thousands. And guess what? These popular creators, they are getting paid that much. And that's what I find insane. That this is the argument you have to defend them. Why? What are they doing? What are they doing? What exactly there are some YouTubers, right, who actually do work. What they're doing is work, but recording it, they are doing work. They're not just on holiday mode, but recording. They're actually doing work, but recording, And, generally they aren't recording their full-time jobs. They're actually, working for themselves. But the point is they're doing work. So in channels that make inventions, whether they be silly or realistic and actually impressive, or channels that educate you about stuff, channels that do deep dives, do journalism maybe, or kind of fun journalism or that sort of thing, channels that do investigations. They actually are doing work. Basically, back in the day, they'd be releasing a document or maybe publishing in a newspaper. They do important enough work. And maybe it's not important. Maybe it's just not necessarily hard labor, but it's labor, right? It's not just a thing where they wouldn't. What I'm saying is, they probably wouldn't, they're not relaxing, is what I'm saying. But reaction content, game content is a bit, it's a bit on the dodgy side. So what I'm saying is, this channel that I'm on now, yeah, it's not like that. It's not fair to say, oh yeah, this is not work. Okay, I got a comment before that was like, oh, go off and work. You don't be sitting watching video. And of course, the problem with that is, well, you're watching a video, so I think that is the issue really with it, which is someone who's critiquing reaction content is either going to be a YouTuber in which case they benefit from it, or someone who's isn't critiquing it is going to be a YouTuber. Someone who's going to be in the position there, they're going to be a YouTuber or they're going to be a watcher. There's someone who actually sees reaction content. Like if you were to tell someone who never really watches YouTube, they've heard of it, but they don't really look at it. I don't really look at any other social media. If you were to tell them that a Disney movie was being watched by someone and they were making money off of that by watching it, and would you think that would be okay? No. Like, imagine if you were sitting in a movie theater, like a cinema, right? And imagine that someone's paying you money to sit there and laugh. Can you think about that? Someone's paying you money to sit there and have a laugh. That's what reaction content is. Except we add in the cameras. So
content, which is not true. This whole idea ties back to something that I have experienced in working in freelance, is that we usually charge by project basis and not hourly. And do you know why? Because if you've gone to school for 10 years learning how to be a graphic designer and you start to charge hourly for something that can take you 30 minutes to do, but a less experienced designer about 5 hours to do, what are you going to do? Are you going to charge hourly so that way you can be paid less for working quicker and more efficiently? Or are you going to pay the lesser experienced graphic?
Except some people would say, well, that's not good enough. I don't like that. I want a revision. No. And technically speaking, if you don't have a contract set up, they can say that. Because they can say, no. Because this is for my business, I decide once it's good enough, and I have a right to a good to be good enough. So I decide when it's good enough because I'm the one who's selling this thing. And that's the issue as a graphic designer. Realistically, some businesses are very dodgy to get into, and this is why graphic design businesses have contracts. Because it makes sense. Because if you're actually a seller and you're just selling an individual thing and you don't have a contract, the only thing you have a right to is basic laws. And basic laws are, even then some of these laws can override contracts because it's just like, okay, but like that doesn't work. What I'm trying to say is, for example, in my country, a good has to be of merchantable quality. So let's say it takes you 30 minutes and the other person takes 5 hours, but both of your designs are kind of bad, They're not really good enough. Now, obviously, maybe I have a very high standard. Except, here's the thing. My very high standard. So there's that there, I would say,
Designer 5 times more than you because you value the time it took to create the project rather than the end result and the quality.
Here's the problem with this. This is actually incredibly stupid because what you're going to get here is you're going to get scammed. For example, I spent a lot of time doing auditions, and still do, for audiobook narration. So I've done audiobook narration in the past. Now, guess what happened? I never got paid. I did some audiobook narrations before, and I never got paid from that narration. So that's grammatically incorrect, isn't it? I don't know. My point is that I never got paid from that. They never paid me. So the issue behind it is that when you get paid per project, the issue is that you tend to start working below minimum wage. Because here's the thing. Let's say it takes you 30 minutes, and you say, I want $50. Here's the problem. The person who took 5 hours is now working below minimum wage. You, however, that took 30 minutes, are working significantly above minimum wage. And the problem with that is that breeds a bit of an issue. This is why people do hourly work, because it makes sense. it means that rip-off merchants don't just enter the market and crush the people and basically have people who work 5 hours. And the thing is, also, can I just say, is it going to be like 30-minute turnaround? Is the person going to submit their order in 30 minutes later they're going to get the project? Because if not, okay, then it's not actually 30 minutes, is it? Anyway, just
quality of the product that you just produced in the first place. This is why we charge on a project basis.
But that's not a good idea. That's like, objectively, that is not a good idea. Also, some countries are going to outlaw that because they see it as very, very unwise and very dodgy. Because it's the problem. This is a misunderstanding of how the economy works. The economy is going to crush the worker at all costs. The only reason that you getting paid 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 quid an hour is because that means the government literally says, if you do not pay this, you are violating workers' rights, and you can even go to prison in some countries because, well, it's considered like basically slavery because, you know, you didn't pay the person the minimum wage, you know. And that's the point, right? There's a reason why you have minimum wage. So you don't have people getting paid off. But you know what happens? You know what happens? Well, you know what happens? You say, oh, we get paid per project. Okay. So Uber says to you, well, okay, fine. We'll pay you this much for a drive. Okay. The drive is less than minimum wage, though. If we multiply that drive, so it's in the thing, we don't make minimum wage. Tough, because you're in gig work. Gig work is not a good system to be in. People may think this is the problem with people. This is the issue with people. The insanity of thinking, oh, that makes sense. No, that does not make sense, because this is how you get ripped off. Because what happens when someone says to you, you know, for your 30 minutes of work, we'll pay you $1. We'll pay you €1. We'll pay you £1. We'll pay you a ruble. Okay, maybe a ruble, fine. Okay. You know, all I'm trying to say is, basically, that's less than minimum wage for your 30 minutes work. So either we've got one extreme, which is you're getting paid bank, while the alternative people are getting paid less than minimum wage, or, because everyone's getting paid less than minimum wage, it's always a rush to the top. Make it shorter. Quicker turnaround. This causes issues. You know? So, no. Objectively, not an accurate statement there. That's a very stupid take to have. I mean, no, literally, like, you can, like, effectively die from this.
Not hourly. Because I don't care how long you took on this dumbass production, it's still a production, and people are going to criticize it. This is
but the point is, though, is that if it's bad, then, well, someone reacting to it wouldn't be saying, unless they're laughing at it, I guess, you know. But, you know, in that case, once again, they could consider critique, and then you could make the argument of, well, is it actually reaction content, or is it critiquing content in a way? Because is it a reaction? I don't know. Point is that it's not the same as lazy reaction content. And, you know, to be fair, once again, did he make that argument there? I don't know. But, you know, well, point is that also the argument behind this is that if this was an employer paying you to do this on a freelance basis, they wouldn't pay you for bad work. And that's not a good thing, is it? Because imagine that I've paid you, let's say I've ordered, I haven't paid you yet, I've ordered that you do some graphic design work for me. And you return and I go, nah, it's bad. And you go, I've just spent 10 hours on this. Yeah, it's bad. Do it again. You go, fine, I guess. You come back and you spend 36 more hours on it. So now you've after spending 46 hours and I go, oh no, not good enough. Now, we're actually going to see things here. You've just worked 46 hours and gotten paid nothing. Now, the thing is This is actually how YouTube works. How many hours do you think I put into my other channels that actually, I actually did have to work for? I wasn't just sitting there, watching a video and responding to it. I would have put in a good few hundred. And that's the thing there. So, I haven't gotten paid for that. So why exactly should top creators get paid extreme amounts of money? Is their content good? Or is it just not bad? Like, imagine if I just cropped out the entire video, muted the audio, took away the visuals, and I just left the reaction. Is that in any way good? Because if you took away this video and just had my reaction, is that okay? Maybe it's not. But it's certainly somewhat better than someone going, it's not, like, what? Huh?
Basically, the woe is me argument, I spent so long making this video, why is no one watching it? It doesn't matter if you took 10 minutes or 10 hours on this video. If it's a video, it is a video, and people won't want to watch it. This whole
Okay, I'm gonna break this down for you. You know how many bullshit, how many awful goddamn videos, TV shows, movies, books, audiobooks, music performances, all this get bought and make fucking millions, collectively making billions. If you took in all of the BS content in all the world and removed all the scams, guess what? That content would have made billions upon billions, because bullshit, useless, shitty content makes loads of money every single year. There is one small thing. It tends to come from pretty popular people. Have you ever read the Da Vinci Code? It's not good. It's not good, really. Could I write something better? Maybe, maybe not. But the point is, that book made a lot of money. If you just ignore how much the author made, just how much the book in general made for just people in general, like, that's a lot of money. Like, that's a lot of money. My point is, think about this from the perspective of someone who's looking at this like, oh, if it's a bad video, it won't be watched. That is objectively bullshit. That is nonsense. Because imagine if I took out all my savings and I created a video that was exactly the same as a popular creator, it would not get views and it would be disliked. But because a popular creator makes it, it's liked. You know? A lot, like, not a lot, like, not the majority, but a few people in the media are able to realize this. That, yes, it is objective. Do you know publishers? Publishers, right, do not greenlight the majority of projects. Have you seen the content that they do greenlight? Doesn't mean your book is bad. Doesn't mean your YouTube video is bad. Doesn't mean your music is bad. Doesn't mean your movie is bad. Doesn't mean your TV show is bad. It just means that they don't think it'll make money. There's a difference. See, imagine if I took out a massive loan from the bank and spent it on creating the first episode of a TV series. I was like, poured my heart and soul into it. You know? Every waking moment into it. I put it online. It might get 8, 10, 20 views maybe. But you know what happens when you slap a famous creator on it? When it's coming from a famous person? It gets thousands. It gets thousands. The point is, it doesn't matter how good your content is. If it's not coming from a famous or well seen channel, it's not gonna get viewed. It's don't talk bullshit. If a video is bad, it'll still get watched if it's from a famous creator. Now you make the argument of, well, maybe they'll get less views. Okay, maybe, although arguable. I wouldn't say necessarily. So, like, have you seen Velma, the show? Basically, what I'm trying to say is, objectively speaking, successful content does not mean good content, and bad content does not mean it will be unsuccessful.
Mentality of that there is a finite pool of impressions for exposure is so dumb. And he says if you understand the creator market, he says this in multiple times. He says if you understand.
Just one second. I doesn't he have like 3 times as many subscribers as you do? I mean, you have like 100,000 times as many subscribers as I do. We're not gonna play this game, but I'm just saying, if we want to talk about understanding the creator market, let's not go off on that tangent.
The creator market, this is how it works. That's his source. His source is literally trust me, bro. He says this in the essay, he says this in his response video, and that is not how it works. It's not how it works at all, which is so surprising to.
Okay, it kind of is though. Imagine that everyone loves YouTube. TikTok does not exist. Maybe it's already banned by the time this video's come out. But it's never existed. Facebook, no. Let's look at that. Google, no. Jobs aren't a thing. So let's say 24 hours. Imagine there's this drug that just means that you just don't have. You just don't need to sleep at all. So people are watching YouTube 24 hours a day. There's 8 billion people on the planet. That's 8 billion people watching 24 hours a day. Okay. See, the thing is, that is, relatively speaking, about 11 trillion views, roughly. Now, sorry, not views, minutes of watch time. So that's the maximum number of watch time, roughly speaking, that YouTube can get. That's the point. There's a finite level. Once you reach that 11 million, there's no more views to watch. There's no more videos you can watch because your time is up. We do not have unlimited time. And even if we did, the point is, in that moment, let's say it's the 36th of April 2029, okay? And it's 3 o'clock. It's actually 5 seconds past 3. At this moment, how many views are on a YouTube video, on YouTube overall? See, that's the thing though. That's our views. Now, maybe they're going here, maybe they're going there. Maybe someone intended on watching that video, so they're not gonna. If we remove that video, they're not gonna watch it at all. The point is, there is a finite number of views. That is not untrue. That is just accurate. I don't see how you can make the argument that it's not. It's objectively a true statement. Maybe she's going to clarify this a little bit better.
To hear someone who knows so little about how YouTube works from someone who has 900,000 subscribers, it's really coming across little about how YouTube is not how it works. It's not how it works at all, which is so surprising to hear someone who knows so little about how YouTube works from someone who has 900,000 subscribers. It's really coming across that you have no idea how any of this works.
Okay, here's the thing. Okay, so I was kind of joke in there, and I was like, well, they have, he has, 1.2 million, you have a third of that. But when you, like, think about this from this perspective, like, I hate the argument of, oh, I got more subscribers than you, so I must know more. No. Objectively, that's false. You know? That's objectively false. Having more subscribers means you have more popularity and more hardcore fans, most likely, because hardcore fans are more likely to subscribe on multiple accounts. They're more likely to encourage their friends to subscribe, even though their friends don't watch the content. It's like, a good indicator you can do is check your channel out and see, does it sort of average views, sort of, are they more or less than the channel subscribers? If it's more, then they're reaching an audience. Now, obviously, if they're covering maybe a divisive topic, maybe disliking someone or liking someone, then that might be a different scenario there, because people are probably hate watching, or like they want to watch you be angry at the person, but not necessarily like you. I've posted a video before that was about Vosh, the streamer who is a fucking idiot. I'm basically, a lot of people watch that. Some of them, I believe, were fascists. That's not me. So obviously they weren't going to be sticking around for too long. But the point is that they were viewing the video, so the video got more views than the number of subscribers I have, and that sort of thing there. So I don't think subscribers are a very good thing there to go. But anyway, that's agreeing with the person. Just saying. So no, it's not a good
There's
argument.
this scarcity mindset in content creators, which I've worked on in therapy. There is enough room at the top. Just because your friend is blowing up doesn't mean that you won't. People are
Okay, this is like, imagine there's a city. And a humanitarian, and the city has been bombed, or there was an earthquake or something, and a humanitarian group come in, and they bring out a table, and the table is filled with food. More food than you could consume. More food than 10 people could consume. The problem is the city has 1 million people in it. So there's not 1 million people that can eat all that food. But guess what? A few people, let's say a few thousand rushed to the table, and they gorged themselves on food, stuffing their mouths, having a nice tasty meal. They eat until they're full, and then some. Maybe they even do a Roman style thing. They puke out, or maybe a couple of the puke falls in someone else's mouth. A bit disgusting, but and then they eat some more. That's what YouTube creation is. Yes, obviously, just because the other person's blowing up doesn't mean you can't blow up. But here's the thing, there is a finite number of resources. It's just that, guess what? You're taking some of them too. You can be at that table gorging yourself as well. The only problem is, guess what? Thousands will die because you decided to gorge yourself, except also you can make the argument of no, they wouldn't, would they? Because if you didn't gorge yourself, someone else would. There are loads of greedy, disgusting, horrible people willing to take all the food. Not all the food, just not their fair share, obviously, but like their share that they decided to give themselves. That's my point. If you, let's say YouTube decided to ban Mr. Beast. I don't know, maybe he said something racist. They probably wouldn't, even if he did, because, star person and all that. But that would be probably maybe a few million people who wouldn't watch YouTube, but that would still be a good few videos that would be there. Now, of course, I wouldn't say Mr. Beast is the best example of this, because he doesn't regularly upload. So you could there. Well, that wouldn't really make much effect, because his total views are actually not that much. Even though his average videos will get 100 million views, someone who uploads maybe once a day or once a week might be able to obtain 100 million views because, they're uploading, 30 videos in that space of time, So obviously, they're not getting anywhere near his view count, but they are getting collectively near his view count. So, they're getting like 2-3 million views, and then they just upload constantly. So that means that they are able to reach, his level there. Now, they may not be able to reach his level of wealth because they won't be able to get the sponsors, the merch, or the hardcore fans as much as he can. But they are able to gain the viewership as much. And that means that that kind of creator is someone who definitely, if they were axed, if they were banned, if they were removed, and I do mean removed, as in all the content was removed. You can't, and, every single, basically, if they were cancelled, Cancelled is a very funny term when creators use it, when, famous ones use it, because, they can't really be cancelled, We know that, objectively. Fascists. It's oh, they were cancelled. Oh, wait, what? They're still online? They're still posting stuff? They're still getting views? So then they weren't. They're just not on YouTube anymore. Okay. So then they weren't cancelled, you fucking moron. Anyway, so that's my point there. It's that maybe that might cause a redistribution. But once again, it probably wouldn't really cause a redistribution. It would just be swallowed up by the bigger channels. And yes, there is a finite number of views. People do not have unlimited time.
Are going to watch one video on something and then never want to watch another video on that same topic again.
Yeah, but the point you're missing is that people do not have unlimited time. If I watch this video, let's say I watch this video instead of watching the some more news video that's right here, right? If I decide to do that, guess what? That means one less some more news video. Now maybe some more news will get another view. Maybe I'll watch their video after this one. But the point is, guess what? I have to do work. I can't. And even if I didn't have to do work, even if I could sit here for 24 hours and continuously watch videos, it doesn't matter because I don't have enough time to watch every single video on this fucking platform. Okay? In the space of my lifetime. So yes, there is a finite number, and the more videos that goes up into this platform, the less, a video can get. Now, obviously, bigger creators don't have to really worry about this because they've got fans who will watch their video. Now, of course, you could make the argument of, well, yes, but are people watching YouTube 100% of the time? Could people watch YouTube more? Maybe. But some people, no. Some people are literally spending all of their time on social media that they have free. Basically, they're either sleeping, working, eating, or on their phone. Watching stuff. And in that case, you can't gain more of that person's attention because they...
Why do you think commentary channels talk about the same things in trends and they all get really good views? People want to watch these people for their personalities. React content is...
Here's the thing, though. That's not a good thing.
Valuable. If React content was so bad and trash and unvaluable because they spent no time on it, why are 40,000 people sitting in Pokemon?
Are you actually this stupid? Sorry. I have to ask this because I'm concerned about the stupidity of creators. How fucking stupid can you be? A cult. A cult gets absolutely no value out of the cult leader. The cult leader makes millions oftentimes while they lose money, and if they have a disease, the cult leader is like, oh, I will cure you, and then they die. But guess what? Maybe they could have been fine if they went to hospital, but maybe the cult is against hospitals because it means that you leave and maybe you won't like the fact that the cult leader basically lied to you. So instead, you fucking die. That was basically a murder that cult leader did to you. How does that benefit you? But guess what? That cult has 1 billion people in it. Okay, maybe in the extreme. I don't think the Catholic Church are like, okay, I think the Catholic Church are like, oh, we which don't allow you to go to the hospital. But I'm mixing in a few different cults there. What I'm trying to say is that there are cults in this world that will sap you of your money and will not really give you anything. They'll give you a very basic same story over and 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 over again. Guess what? That doesn't benefit you. That actually hurts you, but they're still in there. We don't go, oh no, it's fine. We know he had a cult, and he made all of his people give them all of their money, but like it's fine because they liked it. No, actually, that's fraud. It doesn't matter. You do realize, like, you do comprehend. Let's say I ring you up and I say there's an issue with your printer. I need to fix your printer for you. And then, we go through the process, and you're being scammed here. And then, I fix your printer. And your printer never had an issue. But the point is, it doesn't have an issue now. So, it works. So, you feel satisfied. So, sure, you paid me $100, but guess what? Your printer works. Maybe you spent $1,000 on the printer. That's great. Now you don't need to get another printer. That's great, I mean, shame I had to spend $100, but I'm satisfied. Great, the printer's working. The only issue is that the printer always worked. There was never a problem. But you're happy, though. That's what people miss. Scam victims are, in some cases, happy when scammers do certain tactics. Because scammers are literally, like, very friendly. Like, oh, yeah, there's an issue. Now you need to pay $100. Okay, yeah, that's no problem, yeah, because it's worth it, right? And it might even be worth it if the printer actually had an issue that wasn't directly caused by the manufacturer. You know what I mean? That would be great. Now, the only issue is that it's not caused by the manufacturer, and it's not caused by you, and it's not caused by the environment. It's literally, there is no issue. And that's why that's a scam. Because they lied to you. But if they weren't lying, you would probably be satisfied. Because they've solved your computer. They've solved your printer error. So that's the point. So don't fucking talk to me about, why are 40,000 people watching? Why do you think cult of personality? You know the number of people who followed Hitler and then were murdered by his orders? A good few. So I'm just trying to make this point to you, which is, objectively, people are not intelligent creatures. They will literally follow people who will absolutely destroy their lives. So don't talk like that. Why are these many people watching them? Why do you think? Cult of personality. Also, because guess what? When someone's reacting to a piece of content that is good, guess what? They're experiencing good content. The point is, though, it wasn't from the original creator. It was from the original creator, not from the person actually going, "Oh, funny."
And stream watching her watch stuff. Why are 70,000 people watching SQC react to a video? Why are people watching Danny Gonzalez?
Because they want to. Okay, Danny Gonzalez, that's different. Because they want to watch that video. They want to watch the funny video. And they like the fact that their curator, not creator, is there to platform it for them. So yeah. Can I ask, you do realize, when like you watch a movie in the cinema, and it's a Disney movie, you do realize Disney, the company, didn't make that movie. Disney's company's employees, their contractors, the people who actually made the movie, they made the movie. You know what I mean? The person who's the actor, the person who's the editor, the person who's the camera, the person who made the lighting, the person who made the lights for the lighting. All those people made the movie. What did Disney do? Seriously, what did they do? In the actual content creation space, what did they do? Nothing. Nothing. They paid for it. Okay. Yeah. That's more of a societal structure, though. You know? If you get families of kidnap victims to pay you so you can free the kidnap victims, how is that? Oh yeah, you did an incredible job. Oh wait, no, that's extortion. No, that's illegal. The point is that you just did a rant in there. The point I'm making is that in that scenario, you're and that's a bad example, by the way, because obviously you would be doing something there. So when you watch the movie, though, it's Disney still attached to it. But why are you watching a Disney movie then? Well, because they have the movie there. You know, that's where it is.
Video on a stupid movie that he watched. People watch React content because they liked the React.
But Danny's does not React content. Objectively. In many cases, he doesn't even play, like, the content. You know? Because he's just talking about it. And in other cases, most of the time, it's just playing clips. You know? When pitch meaning React content, is it? Because they played some clips from a movie and went through the plot in the movie. No, of course not. This is React content, somewhat. You know? I'm here in the corner. This video is playing. If this was a movie, obviously, you know, that would be instantly copyright strike. But, you know, if this was a movie, it will be there and it will be playing. And it will be there, ready for you to watch. I know this will be me in the corner watching the movie. Now, obviously, maybe I could critique the movie. Maybe the movie has a lot of issues wrong with it. But if instead, this was me, and I was talking about the movie, like, yeah, I mean, like, you know, I feel like when they were doing the VFX, they like, this movie studio is very well known for, like, pushing its and there's a bunch of VFX that were kind of a little bad here. They're known for, like, pushing the VFX artists, like, really hard, and that's the issue. They don't really pay them very well. That sort of thing. That will be not a reaction video. That will be simply showing content for reference. You know? Now, you could make the argument, kind of is a reaction video. You were just doing a lot more cuts to you. You know, should I do more of this when I'm talking? Should I do this? You know, and then once I'm finished talking, go back to the video. Maybe I should. Maybe I should do that. But here's the thing, though. Objectively speaking, when you're on stream or you're making a video and you're just here in the corner and you're not doing anything, that's not fair to say that you're the same as... No, you're not.
Actor. They're not there to watch the original content you're saying through.
But they are, though.
Through that channel. You're saying that these React channels are a one-stop shop for content, so why would they go anywhere else? That is not true, and that's not how it...
Okay, that is true, though. That is true, though. That is kind of just true. It's not true of Danny Gonzalez, it's not true of Curtis Connor or anything like that. Yes. They are critiquers, though, you know? Danny Gonzalez is not sitting here being like, yeah, I mean, the new Disney movie, it was really, really good. And then just sits there and fucking watches it and plays it. No. I was like, ah, that's funny, guys. No, that's not what Danny Gonzalez is doing. Objectively, that's not what he's doing. Danny Gonzalez is not sitting there and having some fun. You coming in, ding, ding, giving him money for fucking no reason. No. He's sitting there critiquing the movie, whether it be a Disney movie that was released 20 years ago, or one that was released, okay, 20 years, okay, or the one that was released, a few months ago, or if it's a trend that's happening. It's not necessarily, even if you can consider it reaction content, it's not that kind of reaction content.
Works. I'm there to watch Danny Gonzalez make fun of this movie. I'm not there to watch the movie through his channel. If I wanted to go watch the movie, I will go watch the movie. And chances are I wouldn't have heard of the movie if I hadn't watched his reaction video on it.
That's definitely not true for some of this content, I have to say. Like, it's like, I wouldn't have heard of the new Home Alone movie was it not for Danny Gonzalez. Okay, that's the movie got more views than his subscribers, so I mean, I would say no. Probably, maybe you're just a smaller person there, maybe.
Make this argument are those old channels back in the day where you'd watch some dude sitting silently watching TikToks and maybe chuckling every 3 minutes. But I think most people.
That does happen though. Have you actually seen the reaction content that people have? Also, was this video not opened with them openly just watching content that was behind a paywall? Like, that's... Anyway, the basic argument behind this is that this is all obviously illegal. So, even if you think it's ethically okay, it's illegal.
People would agree is garbage content, but then again, this entire argument is completely subjective to the viewer and what they view as value.
Once again, it is not subjective to the viewer. There are laws, and there are, prior cases that show, no, objectively, reaction content is bullshit when it comes to legal scheme.
As content for them. Basically, Dark Viper's last response video is just him doubling down on all the takes that he has in this essay and in his other response video. So by watching this shorter one with me, you'll have gotten everything that he has to say. So let's watch this together.
I don't know how you can shorten 2 videos that are about an hour long into a 30-minute video. Maybe
I'm sorry if that first
faster.
part was a little random and kind of all over the place. I have ADHD, so that's just how it is. And just quickly before I start this video, I am a small creator and I have literally only seen benefit from other people reacting to my content.
Well, must have grown fast then. I have watched videos in the past, not obviously on stream or, in reaction videos, but I have watched videos separately out of this from her. But I don't know how many, but if you're a small, I feel like anyone who has over 100,000 subscribers, if they're saying they're a small creator, that's not true. You're saying you're a small creator because you're 1,000 times behind, maybe 1,000 times. Yeah, I thought 1,000 times behind. Wait, no. I don't know. Yeah, about maybe no. Is it 1,000,000? No, I think it is 1,000,000. 1,000,000 times behind, the likes of Mr. Beast, something like that. That sort of thing. No, I think no. Sorry, it is 1,000. Apologies for this rant, but you know what I mean. That sort of thing. That's what you were saying. You're behind those big creators. You're behind the likes of, Jacksepticeye. You're behind the likes of, big creators who've got 20 million subscribers. But you're not a small creator. You're definitely not a small creator if you're making a living. If you're making a living out of it, and if you've got like sponsors on a regular basis and all this sort of stuff like that, that's not a small creator then. If you've got an editor, I don't think you can call yourself.
This is just me personally.
Unless it's like your friends, maybe if you are paying them, but you're not making. Basically, if you're able to pay someone else's full-time wages, make someone else have a full-time job, and you, then no.
Personally, I understand some people might not want their content reacted to by bigger streamers, but I personally don't care. I see it as a net positive.
Yes, but the thing is, you do realize people would call it predatory. But in the music industry, musicians get tiny amounts of how much money that their music makes. That in the books industry, if you were a small owner, a book publisher, you would get maybe 10% of the book sales. 10%. Keep in mind, that'll be the equivalent of YouTube saying to you, you get to keep, roughly speaking, we've got a 90-10 split. If YouTube announced that across all the platform they will be cutting all their 55-45 split, they would now have a 90-10 split. YouTube would keep 90% and you would get 10. A lot of creators would leave because they go, there are better platforms that have much better deals. Why would I do this? That makes no sense. I'd be getting about a quarter of my original, maybe even a fifth of my original, stuff. And if they also said that all sponsorships had to go through them, so they also took 90% of the sponsorship money,
I've had critical react to my video before. I'm the female moist critical. It's me, everybody. And
well, I'd have to drown you. Sorry. No, that's not a good thing there, because you're not a disgusting fucking creepy little.
Literally only seen a wholesome net positive from his community. I've had join and react to my channel, and people have checked out my channel because of these people. They weren't watching my content through them and then were like, yeah, I've seen everything I needed to see, I'm gonna go now. And if they did that, then they...
Yeah, but there's a difference though. The point is that is what we would call being paid in exposure. If a restaurant owner said to you, okay, boy, I think you're really good. I'm gonna have you in my restaurant. Now, people are gonna have to pay for you. There's gonna be like a back room where I'm gonna have you playing your music, okay? But people are gonna have to pay you. They're gonna have to pay me, rather. It's not you. Pay for you, I mean. They're gonna have to pay $10 to go to the back room where you're gonna be playing your music, okay? I'm not gonna give you that money, but I'm sure some of those people, they're gonna like your music, and maybe they're gonna go to one of your shows. So yeah, that's fine. I would ask, what happens if the person isn't monetized? Like, if someone reacts to my videos, I'm not monetized, as I said. So it doesn't matter. Like, if 1,000 people come over to watch my video, that's great, okay. But if they don't continue to watch, if they don't, if they don't subscribe, don't do all that, then that's basically just, numbers, If there was a little issue, an error in the YouTube system, and they accidentally gave my video 1,000 views by accident, just assigned stuff, just data set, that would be the same thing. They wouldn't be giving me anything out of that, just numbers on a spreadsheet. So there's argument there. But my point is, in that scenario, is that okay for that restaurateur owner to get paid to platform you and not pay you anything? I would say no. That's my issue. They get paid for this. How much, if you took imagine if you took all the money that Most Critical made out of out of reaction content. If you imagine if you took all the money that's ever been made out of reaction content, how much money do you think it would make? All the donations, all the brand building, all the sponsorships, all the every single fan who became a fan because they watched your reaction content, every single person who viewed you because they saw your reaction content. If you took all that, every single creator, and added all it up, that would make a lot of money. A lot of money. That's my point.
They were just there for
And then
joining.
you have to think about this. YouTube is going to platform you the more subscribers you have, the more popular you are, right? So if you get popularity, let's say I was to change this channel, let's say I got 1 million subscribers, 10 million subscribers off reaction content, and then I said, I'm going to give up reaction content on this channel, and I shifted to something else. Thing is, YouTube is still platforming you there. And they're platforming you because you got 10 million subscribers. They're platforming you because you got millions of views of video. So you shift into other content. Your success in that industry is because you already had success in the other industry.
They were just there for critical. I understand that. They probably wouldn't have watched my video or clicked on it in the first place. This is just an...
Yes, but are they there for Moist Critical as a creator or a curator? Are they there to watch him, or are they there to watch videos he is showing them? I wouldn't necessarily say they are there for that, but I mean, what I'm trying to say is that objectively, he is making money off of your content. You know, that just feels icky. You know?
Entire whole new world that you've created about the YouTube narrative in your head that doesn't exist and doesn't make sense.
So recently, Hassan Piker said many frankly horrible things on his stream, highlighting that he feels entitled to use any other person's labor exclusively for his own profit and without their consent. I found this frankly humorous coming from a socialist, given that socialism is directly opposed to such ideas, believing
It's not necessarily.
bare minimum that profit should be shared among the workers, and workers should have a say over who can profit from their labor.
Not who. Workers should be the only one who, and also it's not a profit. It's, you work in a factory, you should have the proceeds of the factory. Why exactly should someone be like, well, you see, I own the factory. How do I own the factory? Because I bought it, you see. So how do I buy the factory? Well, because I have money. How did I get them? Well, I invested it. How did I get that money? Well, okay, so your original source was because the king of the country, you removed that king afterwards, so it's fine. The king of a country gave your family, back in generations, land. Great. Like any American, have you thought the fact that you own that land is because maybe not your forefathers, but some of them came into an area and just slaughtered loads of Native Americans? Or maybe they didn't slaughter them, maybe they just pushed them off their lands and told them to fuck off. Maybe they didn't do a genocide, maybe they just told them to leave, like Ireland, remember that? Remember the English? They just came in and said, fuck off, we're putting our people in here now. Oh my. Is that okay? Is that okay, is it? It's not. No, it's not.
The reason there are references to capitalism and spiking people's drinks in that script was originally because they related to particular things Hassan said in his stream, explaining the flaws in his reasoning. However, I wanted to be general, so I scrubbed specific references to Hassan from the...
Why did you want to be general when you were criticizing specifically Hassan? If you wanted to criticize...
No. When you want to be general, you say, okay, you are... saying the things you're not supposed to say out loud. You said the quiet part out loud, and that's the point. You're saying that this person is saying the quiet part out loud, and you're saying, okay, this is the quiet part, and they may be the person who said it out loud, but guess what? It's a quiet part for all of these people who just sit and just like watch a video. You know? That's the point.
As Hassan, name Hassan and point out exactly the thing.
But the point is you're missing is that Hassan is one of many. He is the person who's saying the quiet part out loud, and that's the point. Because you're saying, like, if someone is a whistleblower, for example, they aren't the only one who did all those things, you know? If they, like, let's say someone works for, you know, a terrorist organization, and they say how the terrorist organization has been murdering millions of people, right? Let's call them the American military. You know, the point is that in that scenario, guess what? They're not the only person who was involved in that. You can't just go, oh, this person, they did that. No, it's everyone. They're just telling you this is what happens. This is what people feel.
That he did. If you wanted to be more general, then you could apply the logic you apply to Hassan and say that some streamers think like this. You can't just make blanket statements. And he doesn't even say that he's
Some React content
wrong about this. He's like, I just wanted to be more general.
And reference a group of people whenever I felt it necessary to highlight the sort of creator or content I was referring to. In the 14 pages, I referenced that group of content creators 3 times.
Just because you wrote something that you spent a lot of time on and it's 14 pages doesn't mean it's good. It feels like this is tying back to what he said earlier about the time of labor and the quality of work. The two are not the same. The more time you spend on something doesn't mean it's gonna come out good.
You know, what's funny about this is that this video would probably have made at least about 400 quid. Not my video, this original video, right? So my question is, do you deserve 400 quid for your labor? For this video? Because I might decide I don't think this is good enough. But here's the issue. I didn't pay you 400 quid. Technically speaking, I didn't pay you anything. But my view got you about 0. It's about, you know, 1,000 views is equal to about 2.5 things. So it's you know, it's this sort of thing you're like, yeah, I mean, I did not obviously pay you that money. But the point is, when you say this, it's like, okay, but you aren't actually necessarily looking at this from this perspective, you know? Like, it's not, you know, sorry.
And that you should die on a hill for it.
So why was I mad in my response to Critical's video? I wrote a script arguing that reactors are exploiting the labor of original content creators, and what benefit reactors claim to give to others is ultimately illusory. While some individual content creators benefit, as a whole, original content creators are worse off, and I consider this an indisputable fact.
Script, but anyway.
Given the nature of how the online content creator marketplace works.
Do I have to explain how?
Given the nature of how the benefit, as a whole, original content creators are worse off, while original content creators, and what benefit reactors claim to give to others is ultimately illusory. While some individual content creators benefit, as a whole, original content creators are worse off, and I consider this an indisputable fact given the nature of how the online content creator marketplace works.
I would say, I would flip that and go, the majority of people who are reacted to benefit. And when I say reacted to, I do mean like they like the content. You know, they're laughing with the content. You know, they're not laughing at it, they're laughing with it, and they're like, haha, this is funny, that sort of thing. You know, very basic content, but they are clearly showing that they like it, right? And the audience likes it too. and that's why it's being played. Because keep in mind, why do you think this content is being played? If you're a streamer, you don't want your entire audience to leave, you know? And that's my point. If you're a streamer or a person here, you don't want your entire audience to leave. I don't particularly mind. Probably the majority, I'd say everyone is left at this point in this video. I don't particularly mind because I'm just reacting to videos that I have seen and I'm critiquing the videos, right? So I'm fine with that. But if you're a person who makes a lot of, whether you make a living wage or just about a living wage, minimum wage, or even just less, or just literally are making millions, people are going to be somewhat greedy. Now, sometimes they're not greedy and necessarily they do need that money to live. But you know, the point is, what I'm trying to make here is that this is not, when a streamer decides to react to this, they will generally be like, okay, will this remove views away from me? If it won't, if it will bring them in or keep them, then yeah, it gets approved. That type of thing. So I would say the majority of creators who react to probably do benefit, but some don't. Is the flip side, you know? I would say that that's more true.
Do I have to explain how wrong this is? Source. This is how the marketplace works. Source. Me. Where are you?
And source you for it's not how the marketplace works?
Getting this from? Original content creators are worse off? How? How? Please tell me how.
Okay. Because, you know what happens. Imagine, if you will, that you're a fan of a popular creator, and then they react to a video and you like this creator, you like him very much. Well, here's the thing. You watch that video, and instead of, watching the actual creator, the creator now sees that now they may be a famous person, they may be well known, but they don't actually have a well-known face as such. There are people who've been on TV shows, very popular TV shows, who are streaming on Twitch. That's kind of sad, but that's how the industry works. You're just making content for others to watch, but you'll never actually see those views. And this is objectively true. Some channels are literally and when you look at this, you're basically saying, oh, well, no, I'm fine with it. That's not okay.
Wow, I would love to see some documentation on how if Critical reacts to your video's never gonna blow up now. Are you kidding?
No. No, 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 no. That is not what he said. That is not what he said. That's not what he said. Okay.
Me? Do you know how the online creator marketplace works? Once again, you have almost 1 million subscribers and are so dense about all the criticism that you've received, a lot of it being constructive. I've seen it. If Critical watches Mr. Hot Dog making video and reacts to it on stream, cuts that up and uploads it to his YouTube channel, do you know what's going to be suggested in the suggested bar?
More moist Critical videos, actually.
What's going to be next to that video? I recommend that you pay attention next time.
Yes, but the point is, it's going to be more moist Critical videos. Because you're not watching the other channels. You're watching React streamers. So guess what? You're going to get Hassan, Moist Critical, Ludwig. You're going to get those popular creators. Because guess what? They're popular creators. And they bring in the viewers. So that's not true.
Because I guarantee you, one of those suggestions is going to be the Mr. Hot Dog Man.
I do not guarantee you that.
Mr. Sausage Making Man channel.
So let me see here. I'll just take a very quick look. We'll say, let's say 50 videos, and we'll see if any Dark Viper videos are here, okay? Because that's what she's reckoned. So, of the many videos I checked out there, I found about 17, 18 gameplay videos. So, no, didn't find any Dark Viper videos though. I found a couple of like, other creators in this kind of space, Jarvis Johnson, that sort of stuff. But I didn't find, and I found creators that I've watched in the past on this channel, but I didn't find any Dark Viper. I mean, maybe that was not true, because that's not how that works. I wonder why, YouTube wouldn't just platform a channel I've never watched and have not shown any interest in watching. So that
channel. I've seen it. I don't know how you are purposefully misrepresenting
yes,
this
but the thing is, okay, but this is my point. I have also not seen it. I think what you've seen, have you actually seen someone platform someone who's either small or in a completely different industry than they are, and then seen that video come up, if that person is not popular? And when I say popular, I do mean over like 100,000. Over like 50,000.
Concept and idea and your opinion as a fact, because it's
yeah,
literally
but it's scientific.
not true.
But see, that's not scientific. And I'm gonna say this: that wasn't scientific either. It was not scientific to look down here and see what I see on the Dark Viper videos. I didn't. But the point is that isn't scientific. That's a one I tested on one video. But my point is, you were basically saying you did the same. So both of those are not scientific. Maybe he did the actual scientific test. Maybe he clicked on reaction videos and saw did the content from the original channel come up. Maybe he did that. Maybe he actually did a scientific study and it didn't come up, more than 3 times, and did different tests and different channels and didn't come up any of those times. But it doesn't seem like you did.
True. It's not an indisputable fact. It's your garbage take on how YouTube works. It's not true at all. I don't know how you can argue that this is true.
Here's the thing.
Here, you know what?
But
Let's try it.
See. Okay, so Penguin Zero. This chef is a master of sausages. Have you watched these videos?
Gift into a business.
Look, I literally disproved
Wait, where? Where is it?
his point in 5 seconds.
Where?
This is Charlie's reaction video to Ordinary Sausage. And look what the first recommendation is on the side. It's Ordinary Sausage.
Wow. That has... Wait, what? That has 325,000 fucking views. Oh my god. Obscure. Oh my god. Oh my. I mean, like, that video has more views than yours does. Is this an obscure video I'm watching now? What the fuck?
Back then, when Charlie reacted to this video, had 3,000 subscribers, to his word. That's what he said. I don't know how you're saying that.
Okay, but it's not now, though. It has over 340,000 views. So, no, that's not true. you're using a now statement. Like, if it's just me going, yeah, I mean, I remember they were reacting to a Jacksepticeye video, and like, I'm sure if you opened a video and looked at a reaction, it will come up in the thing. Oh yeah, wait, what? Jacksepticeye has over 20 million subscribers now, and his videos get like hundreds of thousands, if not millions of views. So that's bullshit. You can't pull up a now statement and go, yeah, no, it must be that's the way it was then as well. 'Cause trust me.
These original creators are worse off. It's absurd. Unless they are just straight ripping and re-uploading the content, they are not worse off, I promise.
Critical's video,
Okay,
however,
that,
painted
once
my
again,
passion.
this is how humans seem to just work. I don't know why this is the case, but they always seem to think of, oh, no, you're wrong, I'm right, this is how it is. It's the opposite. No. Some creators will get burned by react content. It obviously just depends on who's reacting. And, like, it also depends on, like, if someone's being critical towards you, most critical, then, and I mean, like, unfairly so. Like, let's say someone's a Nazi, right? That's great. So the best opportunity you have is that some of the Nazis watch your video. Maybe they'll even mass report you. Whoa! Yay! What fun. Like, it's just objectively not true.
Writings as Dark Viper EU called Moist critical artist. It was the first thing he did, and he maintained this throughout. This was not the response I expected, although that is largely because I expected no response at all. I was not happy that a significant portion of the discussion around something I was very passionate about, and a script I was quite proud of, was being reduced to whether or not reactors are out there raping people.
I understand what he's trying to say.
To be fair, some of them are. Some of them we probably don't even know about. Well, that's people for you.
He thinks that he made all these bulletproof, beautiful arguments in his 14-page manifesto, and that people are taking out this
Did he call it a manifesto, or are you calling it that? Because if you're calling it that, that's
sentence part of the entire
not necessarily you. I'm
thing
saying somebody.
and blowing it up to be the entire document. I have read it, and a lot of other people have read it and commented on this. If you even
Bias is a very interesting thing. Bias is able to basically make you read an entire document, maybe even an entire series of books, and completely miss the points that are very clearly laid out. And the problem is, in some cases, the author is dead or gone, so you can't actually ask, well, what was the actual point you were trying to make? People are just left up to this point. This is why people are like George Carlin would be a conservative. It's like, oh, okay, right, okay. I'm not gonna say no necessarily because well, he's not alive anymore, so we can't really ask him, are you a conservative, George? But the point is that you're basically saying, oh, this is what you're saying, and this is what I think you're saying because I read it, and other people think I'm right, so it must be accurate. Right, that's not true, though.
even have read the criticisms, that your entire document is just wrong. If most of your document was correct and you made brilliant points...
But how would you know, though? If you're biased towards someone, you will ultimately go, oh, this is what they're trying to say. That doesn't... What are you talking about? You know? You would have to ask the person, oh, this is what you're trying to say. And then they're like, no, I'm not saying that. Like, but that would be the natural conjunction. And they'd be like, no, it's not. Like, really? All these other people think it's a natural thing to say as well. Like, see, they read it as well. Okay, they're also biased, though. So you can't just go, other biased people think so too.
People would say that, but they didn't because it's not good. And in this video, I already watched this 11-minute video, but
Okay.
in this video, he
Done.
also says he thinks that the people criticizing him haven't read the document and or haven't understood it. How could you say that? First of all, you don't know that. This argument...
Okay, I'm gonna guess that of the millions of people who have viewed this video kind of thing, I'm gonna guess a good portion of them have not read the document, seeing as I'm also pretty sure there is a way to see how many people have viewed your document if you set that up before that you release the document. I'm pretty sure. Maybe not. You know.
is absurd in that you're mad at me because you don't understand. How about people are mad because you made terrible points?
Yeah, but maybe you are biased. You see what I mean? This is the issue. You are defending someone who is objectively a fucking moron. I'm not saying Dark Viper is a good person, or that they make good points, or anything like that. And that's the thing. And I feel comfortable saying that because I'm not someone who actually goes, oh no, you're actually a really good creator, and yeah, I like your content because in your content you react to stuff and you just completely miss their points. Moist Critical is kind of a fucking moron. No offense meant to him. Actually, maybe a little bit of offense meant to him, but he kind of fucking is. I've made videos in the past where he's reacted to stuff, and in that case, it was like many points were made. It extended the video by about, maybe 90% extra. Content, like as much time as the original video. So, there's that. But my point is really though, is that was the time when he actually made some points. They were all bad points, almost, completely missed the point. And he was defending someone, but using terrible arguments to defend them. For example, was like, oh, they should be allowed to use that source. That source was the source that they could have used, that they could have used. That didn't come out until after the video was published. Except, guess what? Facts don't change. So that is objectively a bad statement. You'll have to watch the other video to get what I'm getting at. What I'm trying to say is, you're making the argument of defending the reaction creators, when they are objectively just bad at reacting half the time. They just aren't good they don't make good points. I don't necessarily think I make good points. But I'm saying you don't defend a reaction kind of be going, oh yeah, look this. No.
This entire discourse about his essay, maybe it's just a bad essay.
This is at best a misunderstanding.
Yes, but reaction content tends to make bad points as well.
2 lines in the whole document, and so I rightly consider this to be exceptionally uncharitable. Moist Critical is not a bad person. He is correct to say that many of the general...
Okay, you don't know that. You shouldn't say someone isn't a bad person without adding, to my knowledge. You know what I mean? Objectively, the people who appear to be the best are oftentimes not so. Because they can hide things. It's not that hard. Well,
statements I made about reactors in regards to their motivations probably do not apply to him. This is, of course, the downside of speaking generally.
Then why did you speak generally?
Well, would you prefer that he went onto, YouTube, Twitch, TikTok, all these things, and then just took down the hundreds of thousands of people who make reaction content that is bad? And just spoke specifically. And I also said, well, Moist Critical in this instance here, in these 1,000 cases, but not in these 345 cases here, and then Hassan in these 60 seconds here, but not in these 3 minutes here. But also, like, what would that be? That wouldn't be general, that would be very specific, but also it would be impossible.
Knew you were making a terrible generalization.
I was at the time very angry. I would hope under better circumstances I would have been willing to admit that Critical's motivations likely differ from others, rather than simply doubling down and implying everyone who does React content is the same. It would be more correct to say that all reactors are doing a bad thing, as opposed to all reactors are bad people.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I think this is the thing, though, with the final video. Like, you're reacting to that. He's clearing up some points.
Less catchy, though. In saying that, there is an outcry against reactors like every few years. I understand why viewers don't understand why it's harmful, but reactors probably shouldn't be continually hearing this outcry and still concluding there's nothing sus going on.
So he's partially right? There is an outcry against reactors every few years. Mostly on the front that it's lazy. The type of reaction content that is just sitting there doing and saying nothing to the video.
Not necessarily nothing. Sometimes it's like, funny, oh, scary, oh, oh, gee, that's disgusting, oh, the kind of reaction content where you could literally just set up a camera and then you just have a reaction video, like a secret camera. It would be illegal.
While people watch it. Yeah, I get it. You can be mad that it's lazy content. But who are you to police what people should be doing?
Fuck you. Sorry. But seriously. If people were watching CP, would you be like, oh, you're policing what people are watching? Here's the thing, though. Number one. Maybe not the best example, seeing as watching a CP is like, a bit disgusting for the person who's watching it. But the person who's recording it, the person who's producing that content, is a bad person. You could make the argument. If someone is like, oh no, it's fine, I get benefits from this. Why? Because they pay me an exposure. Okay, fine. So, does Jubilee gain viewers when I react to one of their videos? No. Does, some obscure channel gain viewers when I react to the content? Probably not. I reacted to Max's Paul before. Do you think Max's Paul, or, Maxim Today, do you think Maxim Today gets viewers from me reacting? Maybe in the future, but not now. I doubt it. Maybe, but I doubt it. But do you think if Mr. Beast reacted to Marxism today, that just seems very funny to me. But do you think they gain viewers from that if Mr. Beast reacts to a very different audience? Probably, because there's millions of people watching. But what's the difference? The difference is that one has popularity and the other doesn't. So you're saying, oh, I gain stuff from them, so it's fine because they're popular. Right, that's not a great argument. That's not a great argument. That's literally the patent exposure argument,
And what kind of content people should be making online. You can have your opinion on it. You can do that. But in the way
no,
that
objectively though, React content is illegal. Like it's civilly illegal, You are using someone's content without their permission. And even then, technically permission is more of a defense rather than a actual. Basically, you're uploading copyrighted content. Whether you have their permission, whether you are transforming it, all these things, guess what? All of them are defenses in a court of law. They're not actually like, oh no, you can't sue me because I didn't break any laws. You did break laws. It's just that this is a defense that a court might say, actually no, it's fine because, you transformed it. That's the point. It's a defense, not actually a thing. Like, you can still be taken to court for this.
Your opinions, you're kind of presenting them like they're facts. You're saying this is how it works. They are stealing people's views. None of this is like speculation.
See, here's the thing. I think some of this stuff is incorrect, yes. When you say people are bad people, I wouldn't say that just because you break the law, you're a bad person. You know. Some laws are stupid. But whether you think the copyright law is stupid or not, you are breaking it.
Or backed up with any research. You're just saying you don't have to like the content. I get it. If you don't like it...
It's not about liking it, though.
Here's an idea. Don't watch it.
Okay. Once again, if it were CP online, would you be like, oh, just don't watch it? Actually, no. The police would still, be called. They'd still, if that person their address was known, arrest that person, and that person would still face multiple years in prison because, it's illegal. And yeah, once again, copyrighted content that you just publish online with your face slapped next to it like this is illegal. So no, if you're someone who loves the police or something, loves the law, yeah, guess what? You broke the law. I'm technically breaking the law. Although not the criminal law.
I hate this whole argument that, the content is lazy and we should therefore punish these creators who
punish them? No, just stop them from uploading it.
Are doing it because it's bad and I don't like it. If there's content you don't like, guess what? Turn it the fuck off.
I understand this could be hypocritical, but I'm more talking about how people will go out of their way to attack people for just making content, not for their ideals. So, will go out of their way to attack people just for making content, not... Right. Yeah. Yeah, except... Yeah, but like that's... Okay, I mean... Here's the thing, right? When you see someone being a Nazi, I don't think you should be a Nazi. I don't think that's a very safe environment to be. That's not a good thing to be, right? But here's the thing. But, Jesus, once again. But what I'm trying to say is, if you're that person, let's say you just have maybe views I disagree with. I don't necessarily think that you should be able to profit millions off of anything, actually. I don't think Hassan should be able to profit millions off of what he does. He has, though. And you might think, oh, this is a defense of this is an attack of the, champagne. No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, objectively. Fuck millionaires. All of them. This is not about deals. This is not about content production. This is simply about the fact that I don't think you should make millions off of content. Now, at least the Mr. Beast of the world, the Hasbro of the world, at least they can say, oh, well, yes, but we do need to make millions in order to spend it on the content. Okay. As long as you don't keep it. The issue, of course, is that is a agreement which is like, oh, we promise we won't, keep the money. Okay, you did just spend 10 million on another studio, so you did keep the money. So, fuck you. So that's nonsense. Well, yeah, but we do need that to make the content, don't we? Okay, I guess, but you do get to keep that. If you just stop making content today, you could sell that and make 10 million. Not really true. But my point is, at least they can make their spending on the content. But the most criticals of the world, the sound of the world, what are they doing? They're just letting that money bank up inside, and they're spending it to buy nice things and to expand their wealth. And that's not okay. That's not nice. They're not spending, they're not paying that person who reacted to the content. Like, you do realize, Moist Critical, Hassan, Pokemon, all these creators, ugh, could pay the actual creators they're watching $1,000, $2,000. They could literally pay them for the content they're making. And you might say, oh, no, but I'm saying they could. But they are not doing that. They're using paying the exposure, and they're making money off of it.
Off. And if you didn't like that XQC had something to say about your video on stream, don't post it. It's literally free speech. You posted something online with the intention.
No, it's not.
For people to see it. They are not stealing.
Yes, but they are stealing it if they record themselves and post it online, and definitely if they make money off of it, which they do.
Your views. That is literally not true. They can.
Yeah, but you do realize if someone someone viewing a video, someone cursing you, someone saying you fucking moron, I fucking hate you. That's freedom of speech. For them to react to a video like that. If you fucking idiot lie, you fucking moron. But, you know what isn't freedom of speech? To post that online. To spread that. That's for one not freedom of speech. And it's definitely not freedom of speech to record a reaction video and post. How the fuck is that freedom of speech?
React to your video. Whether or not you can argue fair use if they re-upload your content while saying nothing is a different story. You can copyright.
You cannot.
Claim that, and a lot of people do. Ludwig showed in his video how most of his videos reacting to TikToks are demonetized because they've been claimed. And that is
okay. Wait. Let's go back. This video can be monetized. Ad revenue paid to the copyright owner. Monetized in some territories. And Junkin Media. Okay, you do realize, right, that the majority of people do not have that, right? So you can actually fuck off. Like, most people do not have that ability.
Most of his videos reacting to TikToks are demonetized because they've been claimed. And that is a completely fair thing to do. But you literally cannot prevent people from reacting to content on stream or in YouTube videos.
Here's the problem, though. Do you think that Ludwig got money off that? Like, let's say he's on stream. Let's say, imagine if you just axed all of the content that he reacted to, just all of it, it just was never published. Imagine if Twitch was just like, okay, we're gonna pretend that loads of people are watching your thing, so let's just say 40,000 people currently watching. They're actually not watching because you blocked your stream because you're actually not doing anything, that you're allowed to do. So yeah, You eat your video. Let's pretend you got 1 million views. We're not gonna actually pay you any of the ads, by the way, just in case you're wondering. And there we are. Okay, there we are. Okay, so yeah, we'll pretend those people watch your video. Oh, why are you getting views? Oh, because you're demonetized. There'd be significantly less money anyway, because you're able to build a brand. You're able to build content. You're able to build a loyal audience by giving them content that they like. Content that you didn't make. Imagine if this channel was made up of me reacting to really good YouTube shorts that I like. And they are really good YouTube shorts, right? Imagine. The thing is, you're coming to me to watch the nice YouTube shorts. I'm not actually doing anything. You know? Imagine if you had a friend who you just hung around with because they were really good at showing you nice, funny videos. That would be kind of sad, wouldn't it, for that friend? If all their friends for that? Imagine you're paying that friend money. Or helping that friend get money out of you.
Videos and like almost implying that it should be illegal because there is a lack of consent.
Okay, it is illegal though. Sorry to break it to you.
I just think it's
But no, it is illegal.
Argument that doesn't really hold merit beyond the fact that you just don't like the content. Do I think that reaction streamers should try to add a little commentary and not just sit there silently watching the video? Absolutely. I do think it's lazy content. I agree. But the way that he presented all of his facts and
Okay, this is good. A complete misunderstanding how copyright law works, but anyway.
Logic is like Ben Shapiro. It's just full of nothing. It's full of fluff and opinions that you think is fact. And
But when it comes down to Ben Shapiro, like this is the point though. When Ben Shapiro is showing a trans person that has a TikTok, when he's showing that, are you coming to watch that video? No, you're not. You don't like that. You don't like that person. You're coming to watch Ben Shapiro be a hateful bigot. You know. You're coming because you're a fascist, racist, fucking moron, right? That's why you watch Ben Shapiro. Unless you're critiquing him. You know? So when Ben Shapiro shows a TikTok from a trans person, you're not going there because you want to watch that video or you want to watch or you like that video, but Ben is presenting this to you in a much more, compact fashion. None of that, like, when you're on TikTok. I've never been on TikTok for information. This is just off of other people's information. And you have a video and then you swipe and then there's another video there. The idea is that it matches to yourself. So like the next video you'll also like, except it'll just go flick. So you might be flicking through loads of videos and you watch a couple. And the thing is that Ben is showing you videos that he knows will outrage you. He knows will get a reaction video. You'll not like the video, but you'll dislike the video, if you know what I mean. You'll hate watch the video because Ben's about to slice into them. By being a transphobic little shit. So my point is that in that scenario, you're not going there to watch that content. You're going there to watch Ben skewer into that person. When you see content, even if it's added to it, you still are coming for that content. That content is the base. That content is the rock that's bringing you in. That's the good content. That's the quality you like to watch. Maybe it's not quality. Maybe it's just the shitballs. But But the person who's on top of that, person who's here, they're not the rock. They're not the base.
Source, this is how the content creator marketplace works. No, it doesn't. It doesn't work anything like this. So I realized I didn't provide my own source of information besides thinking logically and looking on YouTube and thinking about.
So wait, what? It's less limited eyeballs than it is a limited attention span. The threshold for seeing the same kind of content over and over. Ooh. Nope, that's not true. If anything, it's making the content, being more committed and more desirable. Not necessarily true. Comedy content is the 2022 version of old ladies gossiping in the town square. Lol. When something big and not worthy, or not big or not worthy, it happens in the paid, people would rather gather around people that they want to hear their opinions on the subject on. Also, people who love to hate things more than they love to love things, which is so amplified online. Okay? I mean,
about it for over 1 second and realizing there's no such thing as a finite pool of impressions. But regardless, I contacted my sister, who is an expert in impressions and marketing. She has worked in the industry for over 10 years. This is
I mean, objectively, though, there is, though. Now, obviously, no, I mean, objectively, there is. You know, that's just kind of factually accurate. Like, it's not true to state that. Like, people, I think this is the issue, though, with asking professionals. It's like, okay, yes, but have you asked someone who has studied the industry but isn't in the industry? You know? Like, you know, I've studied business, I've studied marketing, I've studied all these things, I've studied like things like insurance. Now, I'm not necessarily in the industry, or maybe I am, but you know what I can say to you is that the issue behind it is that I think it's kind of obvious. When you say a finite pool of impressions, well, yes, there is. The only issue, of course, is that not all human beings are watching YouTube 24 hours a day. There are not 8 billion eyes fixed onto YouTube for 24 hours in a day. So, of course, the argument is, well, yes, there is a finite pool of impressions, yes, but it hasn't been taken up yet, you know? People can still come to the pool, you know? The pool is not empty yet. It's just that some of that stuff is kind of hard to get out. You know, we've got it all the simple stuff, and now it's that okay. I'll get the cup there. Oh no! Oh no! It fell back into the pool. Oh, well.
is literally her specialty. She knows exactly how it works. She's worked for multiple Fortune 500 companies with knowledge of this exact thing.
No. You can't say that. You can't say that because objectively, people work for Fortune 500 companies. Many Fortune 500 companies collapse. So and they also have NDAs.
She had to say. This is about impressions. It's less limited eyeballs.
Okay. Now we're going to get this again, but anyway.
Than it is the limited attention spans and threshold for seeing the same kind of content over and over. It's not true. If anything, it's making the content being commented on more desirable. Commentary content is the 2022 version of old ladies gossiping in the town square. When something big or not worthy happens, in the past people would gather around the people that they want to hear their opinion on the subject on. Also, people love to hate things more than they love to love things, which is so amplified online. Scientifically, an impression is defined by the number of times a piece of content appears.
Yes. Not scientifically. It's algorithmically.
On the screen.
Statistically, I believe would be the proper word. Because scientifically, you wouldn't actually say that. Because you know what I mean. Like, look here. If I'm looking at one video, let's say I'm looking at this video, I'm not actually seeing this video. I'm not seeing the Onion Reviews Coco. You know? But I am seeing PragerU for Kids, a horrible YouTube channel. You know? So, when you see that, you do have to ask, is that actually an impression? Because I didn't actually see that. My eyes were focused on PragerU for Kids. So if I go and click on PragerU for Kids, maybe I also saw Joe Biden speaks in Northern Ireland. But the point is, maybe I also saw why all the trains were announced by Summer News. But the point is, I didn't see this video. This video counts as an impression. If they were to go into their analytics, they would see an impression. But here's the thing. I didn't actually see that. That's why this is actually a little bit of an issue.
Limit unless it's a piece of content that is deleted, then it is finite. She is using voice to text, cause damn. But as things live on the internet and it can
No, but the point is there's a finite pool of impressions because there's a finite pool of people. You know, literally. We will not live beyond 150 years as a person. You won't. You probably won't live beyond 80. Now, well, maybe you will. I don't know. It's more so that some people won't live beyond like 30, 40, 50, and other people, yeah. Anyway, that gets beyond the point. What I'm trying to say is, we don't live for unlimited time, and we also don't have unlimited population. We also don't have unlimited time in the day. So, objectively, there is a finite pool. That's just true. Because in a given moment, there's a finite pool, you know? If every single person, if every single person on the planet was watching YouTube right now, how many things are appearing? That's the max number.
be found again, you can still have impressions, and things often resurface years later also as the search words become trendy. For example, you could have written a blog post
Or the
on
algorithm
what
just
would
goes, I
happen
think
if we were
you
in
like
a
this.
keyword
Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt you.
words become trendy. For example, you could have written a blog post on what would happen if we were in a P word in 2012, and it would lay dormant for years, but then would surge in
A pandemic?
site traffic in 2020. There is no such thing as a finite pool.
Okay, it is not true to say it would surge. The problem, you see, is that objectively it is true. And objectively, if you say this, so imagine you are someone with millions of subscribers. The thing is, this is a fundamental misunderstanding of how an algorithm works, which is an algorithm is ultimately going to platform people who are popular. And it makes somewhat sense. You know, it's not really necessarily accurate, but you know, it's like, okay, they're popular, so maybe they're good. They're probably good. No, they're not. But you know, that's the logic behind it, which is they're popular, so you would prioritize their content above somebody else. And you go, okay, well maybe you're interested in this, and we do want to have some lower content, so we'll leave this content as well. How about this content as well? But mostly you'll see popular people. So a mix of so basically the most things will be people you watch, then popular people you don't watch but have like some like that sort of content, maybe content that's trendy, because you see it's getting a lot of views, so they see it as well. It's doing very well. So look at it. And then people who aren't that popular, but are related to the content you like to watch. Then finally, you've got content that you don't really watch, but it isn't popular. And then sort of mixed in there is, and then of course you've got a sort of thing of popular content that you do watch. Hey, that's sort of similar.
Pool of impressions.
Charlie argues that I should have expected
That's
the
really
outcome
not-
that my script would be given to creators and a response would happen. I disagree that this was a reasonable expectation. Even in hindsight, I still don't think it would have been reasonable to expect.
No. You can't tell me that someone with 900,000 subscribers didn't expect some of his audience to go through this and see these streamers by name and then tell them about it. The same
Okay.
document to where you compare React streamers to races. So yeah.
I don't think he compares them. Okay? Oh, yes, compares them. But you know, when you're discussing, imagine that it's not a manifesto, as you say, or it's not a document, as you say. Imagine it's the transcript of a discussion of a new bill, and someone says, "Is by the way, it doesn't really matter because copyright laws already cover this. It is illegal. Sorry to break it to all your racket streamers out there. You're breaking the law. The only thing stopping you from being sued is poverty. And also the fact that because you're popular people, you can basically descend your audience upon someone and crush them. They won't have a career, basically. So, it's also why games companies, and I've discussed this in the past, why games companies will pay people to play their games because they just see it as it's not worth it to copyright strike someone for playing the game. Like Nintendo have done that, and they've seen it actually hurts you because people have a negative reaction to your company, and then they just go, we don't want to buy products from you. They basically boycott them, and then that means, but obviously, let's say I played a game, and let's say I played a Microsoft owned game, and Microsoft copyright struck me and took the video down. Right, I'm not a popular person. So it doesn't matter how much I scream about it, that's not going to do anything. But imagine if Microsoft did that to everyone. Now you're talking about people who have got millions of followers, millions of very loyal followers, very devoted followers. They now hear this, and even though that is within Microsoft's right, that is perfectly within Microsoft's right, they decide I'm not going to buy a Microsoft game, and Microsoft sees its sales plummet. So it's much easier just to let them do as they want. But that's not okay. That's abuse of power. Okay? So you know.
You should have expected this. Even in hindsight, he is doubling down.
Although arguably many people were just going off a brief summary that I put near the actual link to the document, so maybe not many people read it actually. Content aggregation, by that I mean bringing all the good content to one place, is very profitable, and the service is appreciated by some viewers, even if it ultimately does exploit those who made the content in the first place.
You're saying this as if these React streamers are re-uploading original content to their channels.
But
They're
they
not some
are,
sort
though.
of MCN. Typically,
But they are though. That is objective what they're doing.
uploading original content.
Look, if I uploaded funniest TikToks I have found in the last week, guys, you know, they're really funny, and they are funny. That's great. You know, they always post really funny TikToks with their face reacting to them, going, ha 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 ha, that's funny, guys. Here's the thing, though. That's actually illegal, for one. And for another, yeah, that is just re-uploading it. You know?
to their channels. They're not some sort of MCN. Typically, it's always interrupted by commentary, and most of those people will want to go check it out for themselves. And
Yeah.
if you did just watch the whole video with Pokimane on stream and you weren't really interested, you weren't gonna go watch that video anyway. And if you
Yeah, but why are you watching?
were, you might want to go check out that channel to see what else they have to offer that might interest.
That is not true. Okay, I'm gonna say this right now. That is not true. Especially for funny content. Maybe for like, inside content where the person's like, oh, that's so true. You know, the kind of like maybe political or like real world examples. You know, the kind of thing of like, not news. You know those videos where they're like, oh, this is Dublin Airport. Dublin Airport was erected first in that kind of content. That kind of content maybe drives viewers. That's the content. But comedy, funny videos, haha, goofy, funny, gone in a second. No, it doesn't. Because, and I can tell you this much, some creators have pushed back from this because they realize this is true. That's not true. That kind of content doesn't get viewed. Because why would you? You're not looking for personality. You're not looking for quality. You're looking for funny video. There's funny video. I laughed. Boom, gone. half the time the only indication of where the original content was maybe a little watermark. That's one good thing that TikTok does, which is gives a little watermark in the video. One thing, you know? But read your video? You don't know where that came from. Half the time.
Interest you. It's almost like this entire situation is extremely nuanced and not black and white and
Yeah, but you've just made it black and white.
extremely simplistic as you want to make it seem. It's not just, oh, these creators are gone, all those impressions are going to smaller creators. Oh, 40,000 people
Big
already
and small, as she said.
watched this video with Pokimane. They're not going to go watch the other video now. They're not going to go watch the original video now. It's not black and white like that. Your original argument can make a lot of sense and
No, they're not. They're actually most likely not going to watch the original video because that would make very little sense. Especially if it's very short and, you know, kind of like, haha. It's gone now. I've got the joke. So, they might watch the original channel, the original, person or group. But,
fundamentally, I actually agree with it. But all of the arguments based under it, the foundation of this entire argument is just made out of sand. There's nothing substantial there. You can make good arguments against lazy React content, but you made none of those, in my opinion.
As long as it is possible to make money this way, as long as there's a market for it, it will never truly die. Thus, I consider my script more like an old man just wanting people to understand the hellscape we find ourselves in, rather than let us pick up arms.
Quite the scam, eh? Unlimited free, non-consensual labour, maximum profit and exposure. The only a tiny amount of effort required on their part compared to the labourers that take from the infinite unpaid labor pool. Content creators will pick the cotton for the... Jesus, that's very... Oh God. For the reactor. And the reactor doesn't even need to feed them. With this understanding, you might be able to see why large content creators... Okay, he said large, sorry. Large content creators have such a hard time not creating content. Exploitation is really profitable, and beating your competitors is far easier when you have no labor costs and to spend a fraction of the time to get the same product. I have to say, that's kind of fair. Like, imagine if this became a full-time job. I've said this already in these 3 hours now, but imagine if this was my full-time fucking job. Literally just reacting to videos. Imagine if it was like, guys, today's sponsor is, Galaxy Stone, and today you can go to their shop and get all their products today. And yeah, so go ahead, use the link in the description to go to their shop. Boom. I just made $500. Wow, boys. What did I make it off of? Off of me sitting down looking at a video. You know, a thing I would do anyway. Right. Okay.
And throw the reactors on the fire. Charlie references my analogies and suggests they were not good. References to spiking people's drinks were good analogies.
Why are you doubling down on this? No, it's not.
But without the original context...
It kind of is. It is an extreme. I don't think it is... Okay. I think it is both good and bad. to explain this. So, it's a little bit... First of all, very, very close. Like, if you're like, Miskiff, isn't he? You know, that's the thing. Like, some of them are actually very bad people, and do that sort of thing. But basically, when you talk about this, you look at the likes of these creators, and you think, okay, but they are basically doing this kind of thing in a way. Obviously, it is an extreme, but I think that is sort of the point. as I've said so many times, obviously I don't think she can hear me, so that's not really going to make a difference. If you do an extreme, you're trying to show the absurdity of your argument, because your argument can be actually used to try and defend that action. That is the point. Don't use that argument, because clearly it's a bad fucking argument.
We'll grant that they may not have been as clear as they otherwise would have been. But even looking at them now, I still think they're quite clear. When the script was released, the most I heard from one person was that they could be taken in the wrong way.
You didn't hear that just from just one person. You heard that from multiple people. You're pretending that this was just like one person taking one thing out of context and getting mad. It's a garbage analogy.
No, wait, hold on
one
a second.
person taking just from just one person.
Wait,
You
hold
heard
on a
that
second.
from
Hold
When
a
it was
second.
released, the most I heard from one person was that they could be
No,
taken
he didn't say he only heard it from one person. He said the most I heard from one person, which is slightly different.
the wrong way.
You didn't hear that just from just one person.
But
You
he
heard
didn't say
from
that. So,
multiple people. You're pretending that this was just like one person taking one thing out of context and getting mad. It's a garbage
but he didn't say one person. He said the most I heard from one person. So like one singular person. You know? So that'd be like, if you ignore collectively, if you just say, okay, who said the most stuff? This person. Boom. What did you say? That's
analogy. It's
phrasing.
not the same thing at all. And you were
He did
still
not say that. Okay. I just want to make that very clear. That's misunderstanding what he said. Anyway.
on this awful take.
I honestly didn't give them any thought, as they were but 2 lines on 14 pages.
Just because it wasn't a big part of your essay doesn't mean it was still a good thing to say. You're like, oh, it was just a little offhand comment, guys, like it wasn't that serious. Like, you could have just said, yeah, maybe I should have thought about that one more and moved on. But no, you've doubled down at least 3 times now. That React
I think though, okay, once again, what are you going to say?
streamers are the same type of people who would spike your drink. This is
No, they're
verbatim
not saying
what you
that. They're saying the argument that React streamers use is the same fucking argument as someone who's raping you would use. Which is obviously an awful argument, and also, you know, if you didn't know, illegal. That is not an argument you can use in a court of law. Objectively, you can't go, well, sir, your honor, I mean, like, they said that they were okay with it, you know, so it's fine. Yes, and we have a record here, you know, they felt that they had to say yes, because if they said no, you could cause them to lose their support, and also that they could gain support by having you react to their video. You do realize it's the same thing as someone's like let's say, you know, you're in a court of law and you're accused of, you know, having sex with your employees. It doesn't matter, because guess what? They're your employees. You don't do that because guess what? They actually are legally unable to really give consent. If you didn't know that, in a lot of countries, because guess what? It kind of makes sense. Being sort of benevolent to somebody, that they have a career in their hands, they can give you a career, they might be able to give you money, not directly obviously, but indirectly, you know? You'll have to work for it, sure, but your work will be paid. But all you have to do is just let them do this thing. That's not okay. Okay? In that case, yeah, that person's going to prison. Okay, let's be honest, probably not going to prison because they're probably wealthy. But you know, they would go to prison if they weren't wealthy. What I'm trying to say is, this is not a great analogy, but it is one that basically says, if we take this argument to the extremes, this is where it goes. And obviously, yeah, that would be a terrible argument. They're pointing out that it's a terrible argument.
said. And then you come back here and say, I never said that React streamers were racist. So I don't know where you guys got that from. Like, that is such an absurd...
No, but you are taking what he said and then going, oh, well, this is what you're actually saying. No.
reach, guys. I don't know where you got that from.
How about no? It's almost like Charlie is making up and I don't understand why.
Where do you think? Like, if you had intentions with this document, clearly most of it didn't get across. I'm sure the intentions were good, but it doesn't matter if the...
How many documents have warned of, all different things going on, and they've just been ignored because the people in power and just the people in general just ignore it because they don't like it. And then what happens? Turns out the document was right about that encroaching doom. Sometimes, of course, it's wrong, But what I'm saying is, don't necessarily go, well, people misunderstood it completely. So, yeah, that's an argument.
Intentions were good.
Because, people are stupid.
Your points were so
You're
poorly
not, though.
explained that people misunderstood them and didn't like them. Once again, maybe it's your fault that the document was poorly written and unclear. Intention is one.
If you were in 1960s America and you published a decrying statement on how the government was racist, people wouldn't like that document. You know why? Because they liked the system. It wasn't like, an oppressive system that even white people, they didn't like it as well. But, the government just refused to give rights to people of color. But, all the white people, they were against it as well. No, they wanted that system. There was a slow progression of people who were going to go, okay, maybe we shouldn't have this system that oppresses people. I don't think this is very good. And that's the point. What do you think a civil rights march is for? This is a slow thing. It's like, okay, how about you don't be racist? We know this doesn't benefit you, us gaining rights, but it kind of does in a way. But, just think about it. How about you don't assist in the oppression of people? And that's the point, though. Just because people don't like a document does not necessarily mean that it's badly made. People are bad.
One thing, but impact is another, and you made a garbage impact.
Statements that imply, if they haven't said no yet, then I have consent, are terrible, as it would necessarily have to imply that other terrible acts are also justifiable, which is what those references show, and what I further try to clarify on Twitter. This does not...
I'm still failing to see why this makes any sense when you don't need consent, and you shouldn't need...
You fucking do! You fucking do! Fuck! You do! You do! You legally do! You do understand? If this channel was owned by... Not this channel. If my other channel was owned by Disney... and you react to that video, Disney could legally sue you, and as if you were just watching, they would win. They would win, because guess what? You cannot do that legally. That is illegal. Okay? Now, obviously, if you were transforming it, you could have the defense, but that's not to say you would win. You might still lose. It is not your right. You do have to ask permission. The only time in which you wouldn't ask for permission is when you think, you know what, our lawyers would probably win this case. We would probably win this case, because, we're transforming it, we're critiquing it, we're saying it's bad, so that way it's fine. But you know what is the issue there? Then they can sue you for defamation. Then they can sue you for hurting their character, for losses incurred by you critiquing them. So this is the issue with the YouTube space. YouTubers are being so fucking ignorant, they don't even understand basic legal premises. And now, obviously, the issue with the law is that when it comes to civil practices, really, it does depend on the judge. You know, a judge might decide, in one case, I think this is okay, I think this is not okay. But objectively, you could form a case against all of these streamers. It's never going to happen, though. Well, maybe it would.
Consent to exercise
But they
free
are
speech
too
and
wealthy to
react to content that you disagree with or agree with. I am not an expert on fair use, but you are completely in the right to react to content.
You are not. Fair use, once again, is a legal defense in a court of law. It is not a get out of jail free card. It is not, this is okay because of fair use. It is a, this is okay, Your Honor, because I transformed it. I was critiquing it. I was taking a different stance. I know I was not saying, haha, video funny. I was saying, this TikTok says it's comedy, but it isn't funny. Look, it doesn't even have a premise of a joke. The person is not funny, yet look at it, they've got all these followers. See, I was critiquing the fact that while they are famous, while they are well liked, while everyone likes them and everyone's like they're very funny, it has no semblance of a joke. People are actually not laughing at their creator. They just love their creator's personality. That was what I was saying there. That's what I was allowed to use there. That's the point. So that's the point. Fair use is not an argument. Like, just no.
And do so, and just because you don't agree with React content,
No, would you
doesn't
like
mean
to-
you should be
okay.
comparing them to people who would.
Would you like to, you know... Yeah, to be fair, I don't think this is really fair for all reaction content. Although, I would say the only exemption should be for critiquing someone. But even then, are you really reacting to them, or are you just criticizing them and using their content?
Spike your drink.
Not mean reactors are or anyone, or that React content is rape. But the idea of consent as being
You know, this guy is a very interesting person to respond, isn't he? Very interesting response from this guy. It's like, React content is like abuse, you know? It's like if you covered up a sexual abuser, you know? It's like that. You're super dumb, man. Like, no, it's not. No, my actions. I shouldn't laugh. It's disgusting, but you know. What I'm saying is that yes, it's not the best choice of argument. Obviously, victims of actual sexual assault are, you know, not gonna go, oh really? Oh great, yeah. Oh no, I have such solidarity with you. Your video was played by a Twitch streamer without your consent? Oh no, that's definitely this. No, actually, it's not the same, you know? But the point is, I don't think he's necessarily saying it is the same. He's saying the argument of defending it is the same as that, in the sense that if we take this to the extreme, you know, which... Yeah, it's a complicated situation there.
everything is okay until they say no is clearly bad and might lead a person to harm if they sincerely believe that was acceptable.
This argument only makes sense in a very small context of reaction content. If we had to ask for consent to everything that we reacted to, content creators that should be made aware are not good people like Rice Gum and whatever Logan Paul did back in the day should be made aware through the exercising of free speech. I'm allowed to comment on these things.
Yes, except, technically speaking, imagine if you just sat there. You sat there with the microphone in your hand, and you had a Logan Paul video playing. And Logan Paul said, well, you just sat there and you were just like, you know, critiquing me. But you played the full video. Logan Paul could say, well, I'm suing you. And in a court of law, you would go, well, Your Honor, play the video. Do you see the way I'm critiquing Logan? Do you see the way? I'm critiquing this man. I, of course, needed to play the video to ensure people got the full picture. The judge might go, And after like maybe a few months, case dismissed. No, Logan, you lost the lawsuit and you might have to pay for their legal damages in some countries. So, have to pay their legal fees. Boom, case dismissed. Or, what if you sat down and just like, oh, Logan's really funny, isn't he? Logan's really funny. No, he's not. But anyway, you're a fucking moron if you like Logan Paul. Like, actually, you are actually an idiot. Then Logan Paul sues you. I don't know why you'd sue someone who was, this fan. But anyway. But that's the point, and he sues you, and he wins. Because what's your defense? So free speech, once again, is not the defense, because free speech is you saying to your friend, or just saying to the air, oh, Logan Paul is a fucking scam artist, isn't he? He's a horrible person who should be drowned in a bucket of water. The problem is, if you say that to a live audience, if you say anything about him that isn't proven to be true, he can sue you for defamation. There's like slander, there's libel, there's all these things where like someone is actually guilty, but if you can't prove that they're guilty of this action, you can't prove it in a court of law. In some states, some countries, that's enough. They can see you. So no, freedom of speech does not mean you can just say it to the public. For one, and for another, I don't know what you think freedom of speech is like. It's not accurate there.
Allowed to critique, criticize, review, essayist, whatever on your terrible video.
No one could read that document.
Review.
Simplified model of online content creator marketplace. Keep in mind that reactors are not reviewers, analysts, documentarians, expert critics, or video essays. They are people who present their first experience of a video as content, doing so with no idea if they have anything of substance to contribute, as they haven't seen the content before. In other words, they present their reaction to something they have not seen of, instead of putting actual effort into making something after the fact, once they know they have something valuable to add. Now, this is the point. They haven't said is this from his actual thing?
To comment on these things. I am allowed to critique.
No. Critics. Expert is an extreme thing. Like, yeah, I went to school, and I went to school, so I'm an expert. It was a pretty bad school, so no, not really. You're not really an expert though there. Like how you could say you're an expert, yeah. But are you? Like, can I say I'm an expert in business? Can I say I'm an expert in politics? Can I? I studied them.
Critique, criticize, review, essayist, whatever on your terrible video.
No one could read that document and be like, Dark Viper is saying racists are reactors, and reactors rape people, and reaction content is rape. Nothing like that is in there.
Nothing like that is in there?
Okay, once again, it is comparing the argument that reaction content is okay with the argument of being okay.
People, and reaction content is rape. Nothing like that is in there.
Nothing like that is in there?
I do, however, take issue with your criticizing me for unfairly simplifying your content, and then you do the exact same thing to me.
That's arguable. I've seen Critical's video, and he didn't oversimplify your content. He just said that you're not the beacon.
But no, you're oversimplifying. You've completely missed the point. But even though you haven't, Because I think you do get it, though, the point.
Of good content in order to
You're both saying, oh, that's not a good analogy, and at the same time saying, oh no, you're wrong about them not be. You did say that they were this, but no, you've said it's an analogy. Clearly, you understand that is not true.
criticizing other people.
Or no,
But
not
all
clearly.
he really does is commit to one thing, one area, and then rant. That's it. You're not some beacon of incredible creativity, man.
And neither are you.
You live in one single bubble, the rock star bosom that you continue to suckle on, and then still have the audacity to say shit like, I'm only a React streamer.
You make so many
Well, you are an awful person when it comes down to it, aren't you? You know. I mean, worthless, is what I'm saying. You know. Scourge on humanity. A leech on the world. Best removed. Not Gav. No, I mean, most critical. To be clear.
assumptions about what is good content, which is such a subjective point to which you present
Okay, this is not true. If a quantity is good, then it will get exposure naturally, and so you don't need reactors. That is actually not true. Fundamental misunderstanding of how algorithms in general work. I feel when YouTubers talk about the algorithm, they completely misunderstand. There are other algorithms, and they should not say the algorithm because you do not know how the algorithm works. You do, however, know how algorithms work. Well, maybe you don't. You know, I know how algorithms work. I have personally not seen the actual YouTube algorithm. I have not gone through every single line of code of the YouTube algorithm, but I have gone through lines of code of algorithms in general, and I know how algorithms in general work. So sure, maybe YouTube did not decide to do that particular algorithm thing with YouTube. Or maybe they did. Objectively though, I do know that if your content is good, no, it will not get exposure naturally, because that's not how things work. If I get 0 impressions of my video, then how exactly does YouTube know if my video is good or not? How exactly do they know? Let's say we pretend that we remove all politics, we remove all, hate from this world, so there's no reason to dislike a video for any other reason than it's bad. But then of course we have to say, well, maybe the camera quality is bad, or maybe the video, do you like this microphone? Maybe you don't like this microphone, but the thing is, this microphone, well, I can't afford to get a very expensive microphone. I just don't have the money to do that. I objectively just don't. So, I can't do that. So that's something there. Okay, so what do you mean by good? How is YouTube to know your content is good? It's shown it to nobody. There were no impressions. Maybe there was an impression, but it was like, as I said, the Coco review. So no one saw it. Actually saw it.
as the objective truth. He basically ends this by saying this.
Charlie was willing to say that he made some errors, and I hope I've...
Wait, hold on a second. Ends it?
He basically ends
There are 2 more minutes. Wait. Yeah.
this by saying this.
2 more minutes.
Charlie was willing to say that he made some errors, and I hope I've communicated that I made some too. But please keep in mind, in terms of monthly views, Charlie is literally 20 times my size.
Am I supposed to feel bad for you because of that? Am I supposed to validate your points because you're
No, but you're not supposed to invalidate them. You're not supposed to... I'm not going to do a challenge on it. My point is that, his point is somewhat like...
smaller creator? No.
At best, absent Charlie's response video, maybe 1,000 people would have read the script I wrote, and many would have disagreed with it.
They did. You're acting like nobody read your document and you're just getting this
Fully read.
criticism out of nowhere.
Okay,
because some
also,
people took things out of context. They didn't. Many people
how many of them do you think read it originally? Without any prior indication and without any prior suggestions? I'm going to say almost none. Objectively as well. If I read the document now, I would be biased. I can't say I read it without any prior. No. Obviously you did. If you've watched any of the videos, if you even watch his own videos, if basically the only circumstance is if you are literally just born, you learn how to speak and read the English language, and that's when you read the document, and literally nothing else, because. And even that scenario, you wouldn't understand what reaction content, you wouldn't understand that the copyright law actually bans most reaction content. Well, obviously it doesn't ban it, but it allows the people to get sued for it and all that stuff. You wouldn't understand any of that stuff, so you'd be quite an ignorant person. Basically, I would say pretty much no one. No one can say that they read the document and they can be objective, because that's obviously impossible for most people.
read your document. Actually, in the document right now, there's over 30 people in here reading it. This whole end of the video, you're just acting like the small underdog that's just getting dogpiled on. You're not, actually. You have almost 1 million subscribers. Put on some big boy
Yeah, but see, 30 people are those 30 people objective. They're not, probably.
pants and deal with it. Deal with your shortcomings. Deal with where you got stuff wrong, because everything that you said that you got wrong in this video didn't come across as that. It came across as a backhanded way of explaining why you said it in the first place. You're like, well, I said it like this, but like I guess it came off like this. It's clear that you still believe all of the dog that you've spewed in this essay and haven't taken the time to really think about impact versus intention. Just because you spent so much time on this essay doesn't mean it's good, or that your points are good, or that any of it comes across as good points.
Yeah, I think the same would apply for this video. Am I talking about my own, or am I talking about the video I'm reacting to?
I would argue I had a gun, something you can justifiably respond to, but I don't think hitting me with a nuke, as he did, was his only option. There were better, perhaps equivalent ways to respond to my words. At the end of the day, I did bring it upon myself. I did release that unfinished script. While I did think it was the best decision at the time, obviously in hindsight, it clearly was not. Although I do not disagree with anything that I wrote. Of all the things I've said over the last couple of days, the only thing I really disagree with was the way that I presented Charlie. I do not agree that I presented his character fairly, and for that I am sorry.
So that's about it. I guess he does say sorry for the way he represented him, but I still think most 99% of his points are terrible. If you want to read the document yourself and form your own opinions, please do so. But this is my opinion. This whole video is my opinion and how I've seen things
here's
work.
the thing. Sometimes opinion is wrong,
and everything.
And it's wrong because of just facts, you know. Let's say you say, it's perfectly okay to, you know, do a certain action. Let's say it's perfectly okay, by the way, to preface this, it's not, to speed down route at 200 kilometers per hour. No, it's not. It's actually against the law. You're breaking the law if you do that. Now, obviously, do you think that law is okay? Maybe you don't. Maybe you don't agree with that law. But the point is, it's not okay in the legal form. It is not your right to do that. It is not actually okay with the law. You are not allowed to do that. Now, is it a morally okay thing to do? I would say no. That's where we have opinion. That's where we have a scenario in which we're actually talking about a circumstance in which you could say, well, no, I don't agree with you, or you agree with me, that sort of thing. That's when we can do opinion talk, but we cannot do opinion talk and just laws, because objectively, reaction content does break laws. You can get sued for them. If Gabby decides to sue me, okay, bit hypocritical, but you know, I'm just saying, people who do this sort of thing, I do feel a bit like, okay, but you are not accurate. You are not, you are wrong. That's not your opinion, really. That's just your incorrect statement. Your opinion, other parts were opinion, but some parts were just plain incorrect.
On YouTube so far. As a small creator who, so he says, would benefit from these larger creators
Small.
not existing on the platform, I see a benefit to these large creators being here reacting to content like mine,
That's sad.
giving my content a platform.
That's sad. That's just very, very sad. You see, once again, that's equivalent to someone saying, I see a benefit of the manager of the restaurant, giving me a platform that I can play the music in the back where they'll make money off of it. They'll charge people to entry, but they won't pay me any money. That's what you're saying there. You see, that's a good thing. Well, I would say maybe, sure, but here's the thing though. They don't pay you if they make money off of it. Maybe they don't pay you. Okay. But they do make money off of it. And don't bullshit me with, oh, they don't make money off it though, they didn't post to YouTube, or they don't make money off it, they didn't post to YouTube and they don't have donations on. They make money off it indirectly. Basically, what I'm trying to say is, if this channel had more than just reaction content, if I post this video and it brings people in and then they watch my other videos and those videos have ads in them, you made money off it. So people have this very short-minded, short-handed sort of thing. They just don't really think of the grand scheme, the big picture. And they don't think of this in the business sense. Why do you think businesses have lost leaders? Why do you think if you go into a shop and you buy milk, sometimes milk is just a lost leader? Well, it's because they would like you to buy other stuff. They would like you to go in and buy more stuff. Buy other things that will not be lost leaders. It will actually have a massive profit attached to them. And that's the point. So that's why they will do that. That's why reaction content is so successful, because it brings in so many viewers and it is such a moneymaker. Like, you're making tons of money. I know bullshit me with you're not.
Platform that it wouldn't have had before. So many eyeballs and people from other communities have come to mine because of other people reacting to my content. And I did have it happen one time where a streamer watched my content and didn't say anything, and that streamer was Sweet Anita. Everybody, it's female moist critical. Woo! Yeah, baby! That's what I've been waiting for! That's what it's all about! Woo! It's evolved. She watched my video on Female Critical and she was just kind of sitting there, not paying attention, watching YouTube videos in general. She did not steal video views away from me. She was technically rebroadcasting my content.
Yes, but she was actually, making money off of copyrighted content. You could sue her for that. I'm saying it's illegal.
Without adding anything to it, but chances are those people don't care. They wouldn't have come to my channel.
Okay, it's not the deep or the temporal as Dark Viper thinks. If anything, I would argue people are more inclined to click on my video because my face breeds familiarity that they've seen it somewhere else. Yeah, once again, that's what being called being paid an exposure is. It's just not accurate.
Without adding anything to it, but chances are those people don't care. They wouldn't have come to my channel in the first place. They wouldn't have clicked on my thing in the first place. But every other time I've had my content reacted to, it's been a net positive. I've developed relationships with these content creators. Other people have come to my community just being wholesome and awesome. If you don't want people exercising free...
So what if you didn't do political videos and Ben Shapiro started a react content thing? and you just did like talking about movies and stuff like that. And Ben Shapiro sent a bunch of his Nazi fans to watch your content. Would you like that? Don't worry, they're being wholesome. The only problem is they're not very wholesome people. They're being wholesome to you because you don't cover politics. We're going to pretend this alternative universe. But Ben's fans, now your fans, oh, turns out when they're not watching you, oh no, they're not very nice. They're not very wholesome. Some communities can be very wholesome, but then the issue is that when they are away from that community, when they're in another space, woo, they get very, very, very problematic very quickly. You know?
Speech to content you put out there publicly for people to see, I don't know what to tell you. Keep it on your hard drive. That's just my opinion. That is my
Well, once again, it's incorrect. Legally speaking, you know.
unhinged 14-page manifesto rant that
One thing I would say is reaction content that is to reaction content is more of an interesting thing, because then you can make the argument of, well, you haven't sued that person. You know, let's say I react to Hassan reacting to Jubilee. Jubilee, are you Jubilee able to sue me? But I could say, well, I didn't, I may have, but it was through Hassan's content. Because you haven't sued his video, that video is technically a new video. Is it now? Because obviously YouTube would automate a system that's just like, oh no, we saw that the content was in there, so it's not okay. But if I was to do to the courts, will the courts be able to say, oh yes, but because like, let's say, you know, you react to someone doing a VFX breakdown, right? But they show a lot of the movie in it. But they were allowed. Are you allowed, though, to show that movie? You know, it's arguable. That's when it gets into a bit of devious thing there.
I'm gonna die on this hill of everything being complete fact, even though they're just my opinions. And that's it.
Well, some of them are just wrong.
Please comment
It's not
your
freedom of
opinions down
speech.
below. You don't have to have agreed with everything that I said in this video, but I do hope you've listened to other perspectives as I have and come to your own conclusion about it. This is just my unique perspective as a small creator, and I completely disagree with what Dark Viper is saying here. This video is sponsored by my Patreon. Thank you so much to my
that's good.
patrons, Josh, Cormac,
Not some of the
Galactic, Lady
bullshit.
Zord, and Nick. Thank you so much for subscribing to my Patreon, where you'll get behind the scenes content and you can become one of my special Discord simps. You get a special role in Discord if you subscribe. You can subscribe for as little as one singular US dollar. Thank you so much for supporting my content. It means a lot. I hope to react to more react content, stealing content. I can't wait to steal more content in the future, so please subscribe. Okay, bye.
Okay. Goodbye, indeed. So basically, to wrap up this video, I mean, when looking at reaction content, my response would be, obviously, as someone who does make reaction content, you know, on a regular enough basis, well, I post it at least, you know, when you see the likes of people, you know, and they're basically, their reaction content is the likes of, you know, having them in a corner just like laughing or getting angry or something like that, or maybe not even being there. That is, I don't think, a very okay thing, right? I don't think that's okay content to have. But here's the thing, though. When it comes to the courts, all reaction content is not okay if it has copyrighted material in it. Copyrighted material is any material that is original. So, literally, if you show a design of an image that you do not have a right to show, then guess what? You're breaking copyright law. Now, obviously. The problem with civil courts is that, objectively, a lot of cases get settled out of court. And some cases never go to court and never get settled to court because, basically, well, it's not worth it. So, if someone reacts to one of my create and view videos, right, on stream or in a video, and they, they whether they whether they like give credit or anything like that, technically speaking, that's still against the law. But the thing is, do I have the finances to chase them into the courts? And even if I do, will that be worth it? Maybe they are giving me a platform. Maybe I am getting paid in exposure. Maybe it's worth a net benefit for me. But at the end of the day, it is still technically not okay legally. So the point is, just to cover the final thing, it does not actually matter. It does not matter about that. At the end of the day, it is still illegal. It is not freedom of speech. And I would say, when it comes to the reaction content that I don't think is okay, I don't think react content where this person just sits in a corner and just doesn't really do anything. Do you think this kind of reaction content is okay? Like morally? Maybe somewhat better. I feel like it is adding to it. I feel like some of my more, actually where I'm agreeing with the person and more just adding to their points, I feel is a little bit more dodgy. But when you see the likes of creators who just kind of don't do anything, don't add anything, it's just not really, it's not really okay. And that's not just lazy reaction content. That's just it's just not okay. So that type of reaction content would be like funniest videos, that sort of thing. Now, one actual interesting thing that you can do if you're someone who likes this stuff is use public domain Creative Commons work. That way is not actually illegal and is technically speaking, okay to look at legally, and you can make the argument of morally. Now, to this point, I would like to say that it is not actually, when it comes to the analogy was obviously not a great one, but it was also basically trying to make the point of like, well, would you think about this from the perspective of if you ask permission for someone, and as well, if they say no, even then even if they say yes, rather, even then it's arguable if you actually have permission there. Point is, the issue really is when you have someone who's in a very powerful position, they are able to have a lot of power over you, and you can feel as if you should give them, respect. You can feel as if you should give them authority over you because, well, they helped you out. The thing is, if a billionaire helps you to become a millionaire, you're a bad person, and so are they. Goodbye.